Hello. Can I get a large Chinese balloon in chat if you guys can hear me? Okay, it doesn't sound like the microphone is working. I'm going to have to figure that one out. Can I get a what in chat? Hello. Hello. Testing, 1, 2.
Hello. All right. I think it's working now. Can I get a large Chinese balloon in the live chat if you guys can hear me? I repeat, let me get a large Chinese balloon in the live chat. Awesome. Awesome. This is good. Justin P says, Nemico, break out your biggest firecrackers. Z balloons away. Let me know if I need to increase the microphone volume or if we are at a good level here, guys. NPC 5120 says, anybody want to sing 99 Balloons? I feel that would be appropriate. Somebody says increase the volume. Increasing volume. I have increased the volume. Okay. Do we sound good? Am I coming through okay? Awesome. AKA says Nemico, fangirl screams. Harlan Martin says, better. That's good. Speedy Scroll says some wind and static coming on audio. Any of the cams having audio? Yeah, we have. So the waves you see up here, that's where we have audio coming out of Taitung. Taitung out of Taiwan is where we have audio coming from this evening. Should probably mount. Yeah, we'll mount that and get rid of this. There we go. Awesome. Here we go. The audio should sound better. I've muted the audio coming out of Taitung in Taiwan. Currently on screen, we have air traffic radar showing the continental northern United States of America. We have 3 video feeds coming out of Taiwan live. We have a marine traffic map down in the bottom left corner showing maritime traffic in and around the Taiwan Strait. Top right corner, we have our live universal awareness map, currently set up to show events over Taiwan and the South Pacific. On the left side of the screen, you can see the article which is of interest this evening, which is that the U.S. military is currently tracking a fairly large Chinese reconnaissance balloon, a spy balloon, as they're calling it. Today, they're referring to it as a spy balloon. This isn't unheard of, but it is something noteworthy. They have done these balloon flights in the past. Very rarely, though, are they sent directly over U.S. soil, and this particular balloon is traveling right over some key military installations in the northern United States, namely some installations in Montana and the Dakotas. Home to in Montana, there's home to the 341st Missile Wing of the United States Air Force. So it's definitely something we don't want the Chinese taking a look at. Justin P says Nemico pronunciations of city names are simply simply hand emoji. Not exactly sure what the name of that individual emoji is, but I get the point. Thank you very much. Zal Escobar, thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Says, Pop the Magic Dragon. Snow Chain says, shoot it down. I know quite a few of you are saying, why aren't we shooting it down? Well, there's a multitude of reasons why the U.S. isn't shooting it down. One of the reasons this spy balloon is there is not just to conduct reconnaissance on U.S. soil, but it's also there to probe our response. So the Chinese want to see how we will respond if we were to shoot it down, how we would go about shooting it down, from where those missiles would originate, etc. Also, it could be a potential hazard to air traffic in the area. So on our air traffic radar right now, you guys are only seeing military aircraft. But if I take that off, you can see how many civilian aircraft are in the airspace. So just shooting down for those of you that don't realize this spy balloon is the size of 3 school buses. So it's quite big. It has quite a bit of equipment on board as well. So they don't want to just go shooting it down willy-nilly over U.S. airspace. There's a wide range of reasons why they're not going to shoot it down as of yet. Thomas Cooley says, send lawn chair balloon guy after it would make for great TV. The Hermit Cag says the balloon already has live information feeding to wherever it's from. They've already most likely have collected valuable intel. Very true. They're most likely communicating with satellites from the balloon, I would imagine. Alex Turtle says, I love you, Nemico. You are the coolest man. Well, thank you, Alex. You are the coolest man. Patty Wax says, where are you, Nemico? Are you following it? No, not yet, but I might hop in the old jumbo jet and go take a look around and see if we can track her down. Last known location was over Montana, traveling in a west to east fashion. We saw some interesting activity by some U.S. military Blackhawks, not too far from Billings, where I believe it was his last known recorded location. My guess is it's moving west to east towards the Dakotas. However, waiting to get some updated information. XXXILD says, why would they use a balloon when they could use a satellite? Well, there's a variety of reasons they would choose to use a balloon. First of all, a balloon is much closer to the ground than your orbiting Earth satellites, so you don't have as much atmosphere between you and whatever you're trying to observe. For things like electronic reconnaissance, electronic surveillance, etc., it is much easier to gather that intel when you are closer to the ground. Dan Lee says, I bet if they bust it, confetti that says Made in China comes out. I don't know. It's a possibility. Galantis D says, I would shoot it down with a drone missile. I bet there's someone somewhere thinking the same thing, Galantis D. Snowchain says, launch the NASA 747 with the big laser. I think that's what we'll need to take care of this this situation here, to mitigate this this security threat, which is this quite massive Chinese spy balloon. Kitty Gundy says, sorry, had to step away. Do we know the location now? Last known location, over the northern United States, somewhere near Montana. Currently waiting for an updated track on that balloon to come in. But it is currently speculated to be over Montana at this time. If not, probably over the Dakotas now. That could be as well. I should get this back up on screen then, eh? Yeah. Let's get everything back up here. There we go. Flash Gordon says, it's a declaration of war. I don't believe it's a declaration of war just yet, Flash Gordon, so hold your horses there. But it's definitely a little bit of an escalation. For those of you that have been following along with my weekly intel reports, you probably know by now that the situation in the South Pacific between China, Taiwan, and the United States has significantly begun to escalate in recent days and weeks here. Epimoo says it's the latest Chinese high-tech satellite. Ukten at Scylla says, Nemico, is it possible for something at that altitude that can accept cell calls? Well, if it was something like a Stingray device, I'm not sure if those are limited by altitude. For those of you that don't know, like a Stingray device basically acts like a cell tower, and then basically your phones then connect to that instead of the cell tower, allowing whoever controls the Stingray device to basically operate a man-in-the-middle attack, so to speak, and they can intercept cell phone communications, etc. I don't think that's what they're using this for. This is probably mostly for visual reconnaissance, maybe some electronic surveillance as well, like looking at radio communications, etc. Maybe some ground-based radar to maybe they're scouting out missile silo locations in the northern United States. It's hard to tell really what they're using this for. This could also be more likely just a show of force by the Chinese, and as I mentioned earlier, an attempt to probe our response to such an incursion into our airspace. Dan Lee says it's a balloon. Shoot it with a dart and watch it fall to Earth. Yeah, we could do that. We could. Kitty Gundy says, I guess it's headed my way. Well, let us know if you can see it in the sky and maybe take a couple shots at it. Just kidding. Don't do that. I saw a few people mentioning in the chat that they were going to try to shoot it down if they saw it. Probably not the best idea to be shooting at unidentified objects flying above your place of residence. Alex Tuttle says, "Can we all just agree that Chinese food is still delicious?" Yes, I think we can all agree on that. I don't have anything against their food, more so against their geopolitical policies. Scout Platoon says, shoot it down. Really? What happens if there's something inside of it? Chemical. I don't think that's the case here. What we're seeing here is in fact, you can see a picture of it on the left side of the screen, and the thumbnail I used on the video is actually a much better picture. Maybe I'll put that up on screen here at some point. But it's just a very large helium-filled balloon. It's about the size of three standard-sized U.S. school buses, and beneath it, you have solar panels, and you have a wide range of instruments, reconnaissance instruments that are hanging from the balloon. Zal Escobar says balloons should be banned for now. Wise words there from Zal Escobar. Thank you so much for those. Brick Z, you can know how much the balloon is carrying by knowing its size, and then you can estimate what's carrying. Kitty Gundy says, we have been advised not to shoot it down. Yes, correct. Dan Lee says, how did this thing even make it into the United States airspace without being detected and shot down to begin with? Well, they detected it probably hours and maybe even into yesterday as it was traveling across the ocean and into our airspace, our air identification zone, you should say. And I'm pretty sure right from the get-go they weren't planning to shoot it down. Again, it could be a safety hazard for not just other commercial aircraft that are in the airspace, but for people on the ground. You have that falling debris then that's just going to fall right down to Earth. Also, I would imagine they would want to recover it in as intact of shape as they possibly could. So I don't see them shooting it down for a multitude of reasons. As YouTube Kid 324 or 334 says, exactly, cheaper than a satellite, but works just as great, maybe better. Yes, that's why they would use something like a spy balloon. Again, you have less atmosphere between you and whatever you're trying to observe. They're much cheaper as well. Ukton says, presumably we could catch up with it using our balloons, possibly, or just an aircraft. I'm sure they've, scrambled some aircraft to go and take a look at this thing. I would imagine. James McNair says they should jam its frequencies with Nickelback songs on a loop. I mean, that might be too powerful. The Chinese might respond aggressively if we were to do such a thing. I guarantee you, though, they are most likely. The U.S. is most likely either attempting to electronically jam any communications coming from this spy balloon, or possibly intercept them. Who knows? I guarantee there's some kind of electronic countermeasure that the U.S. is either using or looking to use. As Rocketman points out here, very important note here, thousands of nuke silos in Montana. So that's, and this balloon has been tracked. Its flight path goes right over some of these military installations that are are of huge importance to U.S. defense. As Thomas Cooley says, size, gas, and altitude will give you weight, roughly. David Noble says, it's Montana. There's 5 people. Kyle says Canada would welcome it with open arms. I'm sure Canada would. They'd get out the poutine and the maple syrup for this Chinese spy balloon. Ukten Etzilla says not so high-speed balloon dogfights. Yeah, we could. We could do that. Mount a 50 cal on one of our own high-altitude spy balloons. Send it up there to get cracking. MK Kessel says they should fly a balloon up there with a needle and pop it and watch it fly away like in the cartoons. I'm sure somebody somewhere has thought of that as a solution. Brick C asks a very good question, asking, how do you know there isn't a little Chinese man up there with binoculars? That's a very good question, Brick C. Probably the men and women over in the Pentagon are probably looking into this very thing at this moment. Alex Tuttle says maybe this is a retaliation to North Dakota rejecting the Chinese corn mill getting shut down. Who knows? AKA says, any chance this balloon will fly over PA? Philadelphia? Possibly. Rambo Rawl says it's definitely Chinese. It came from Canada. Jacob Ender says, why are they worried about this balloon? Don't satellites exist? Yes, satellites do indeed exist. However, as I mentioned a few times here since we've gone live, um, spy balloons, they're much closer to the ground, less atmosphere between you and whatever you're trying to do reconnaissance on. So again, they're closer to the ground. They can pick up things like radio communications. They can use things like ground-based radar, or not ground-based radar, but ground observing radar. They can do things like visual reconnaissance much easier than you can from space. Also, it's much cheaper to use a balloon rather than use your good satellites, and it's much easier to control them around, in at a lower altitude than way up in space. You got to, to maneuver a satellite around in space and to keep it positioned over an area is a lot harder than to do the same thing with a balloon. As Hermic Hag says, they can also gather intel and see the U.S. government's response. That's mainly what they're doing here is they're trying to probe and see what our response is, if any. Lacked Puppet 902 says, why don't we lasso it from a Black Hawk and just pull it down? Who knows? Maybe they'll try that. Anyone hear anything about what's supposed to happen on the 1-year mark yet from just me? If you're referring to Ukraine, we're still waiting to see how Russia's going to respond to its 1-year anniversary since the full-scale invasion has started. I talked a little bit about that in yesterday's weekly intel report. You can find that over on the YouTube channel. I also uploaded a condensed version that was edited by one of our community members that's doing some editing for the channel now. That's been uploaded to the channel as well, so make sure to go check those out. The Hemwick Hag says Blackhawks can only go up to about 18 to 20,000 feet. Yeah, so I think they'd have a little bit of altitude between them and the balloon. That might be a little difficult. Justin P., with a great suggestion, says, I think we should bring it down intact and fly it during the Super Bowl. Now, that would be a display, for sure. Will English says, how do they know it's Chinese? Probably from tracking its flight path and its origin. They could also probably identify it by the type of balloon and equipment that's on board, I would imagine. We Find Your Lost Soul says, why would China send a spy balloon 3 buses big? All caps, and lots of question marks on there. Because to carry this amount equipment, you need a fairly large balloon with enough buoyancy to stay afloat. Just Me says, I don't like where any of this is going. I can agree with you there, Just Me. Randy Ellis says that's possible EMP, or they would have brought it down. I possibly, who knows, maybe. Again, as I said before, this is more so. I would imagine just a show of force. Um, they could be actually trying to perform some reconnaissance over some of those military installations in Montana and the rest of the northern United States. That could be what we're seeing happen here. Rambo Rowell says EMP over our nuke sites. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know how effective that would be. I would imagine our nuke silos are probably, uh, you know, protected against electromagnetic pulse. I would imagine. Kyle asks, "Are you the same Nemico from the beginning of the Ukraine invasion?" Indeed, I am. Kyle, thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Glad to see you. Ms. Mary says, probably will claim it's a weather balloon like they did a year ago. Possibly, possibly. This is definitely no weather balloon, though. Bantha42 says, EMP, LMAO, China isn't going to start a war with a balloon. Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to do so either. Metal Mania 613 says, kind of sounds counterintuitive to use a giant balloon to conduct reconnaissance. It is, yes, a little bit. This is definitely meant to be seen. This isn't meant to be hidden. They definitely know that we're going to see it, and probably most likely wanted us to see it, so they could see how we would respond to it. Epi Moo says the balloon was over Canada, but got so bored. Justin P. with an excellent observation here says EMP over Montana would accomplish less than nothing. Wes Boyer says it's all about information. Do you feel safe watching the U.S. military? I mean, again, I would suspect that the U.S. military knows it's there. They've mentioned that there's probably not too much intelligence they could gather from this balloon. That the Chinese will be able to gather from this balloon. However, again, it's hard to know for sure. Khalip Nasty says it's watching our missile silos. Most likely, I mean, with where it's at, positioned over the northern United States. Excuse me. It most likely is taking a look at some of the military installations and possibly even missile sites here in Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, etc. That's definitely a possibility. Ice Rose 87 says, Nemico, you should stand in front of the screen to point out various things for us on the map. You mean like a meteorologist, like a weatherman? I would love to do that. That might be something I'll have to look into eventually. I can just use my big old hands and point things out on the map to you in person. Abram Avery says U.S. Army has a helicopter circling U.S. missile complex in Cheyenne, as well as presumably other nuclear sites. The call sign is Grit 79 on Flight Radar 24. I will take a look at that here in just a moment. Actually, I think we can, yeah, we can just hop over to Flight Radar 24 here. Let's take a look. Is it in our top tracked flights for this evening? I actually don't see it in our top tracked flights this evening. But I'm sure I can do a search real quick. Where is this? Oh, here we go. What is that then? Grit 79? Grit 79 over Cheyenne. Let's take a look at Grit 79 over Cheyenne here. Here we have tracked on radars a UH-60M Black Hawk from the U.S. Air Force, U.S. Army, sorry. Again, circling Cheyenne. Thank you so much for sending that over. David Noble says, Nemico, do we have a historic and projected track for this thing? I believe we do have a historic track that the United States military has been observing over the past probably 1 to 2 days here. Actually, I should say probably the past 24 hours or so. Projected track tracking west to east across the northern United States. Yeah, again, some people asking how big is the balloon? It is about the size of 3 school buses. 3 school buses big. So yeah, quite a large surveillance balloon. Paul Fialka says the doomsday clock is set to 90 seconds from midnight. Yep, that's a good observation there, Paul. And I mentioned that in last week's weekly intel report over on the channel. I was talking about how they had set the clock from 100 seconds to midnight to 90 seconds from midnight. That is the closest to doomsday that it has ever been. Even more so than the Cuban Missile Crisis or at any point during the height of the Cold War. Rocket Man says a great chance to test our directed energy weapon systems. 2C FPV 2022 says shoot it down. I know quite a few people have been messaging me all day saying, why aren't they shooting this down? Why aren't they shooting this balloon down? What's going on with that? Cleep Nasty says China's making conspiracy theorists out of all of us. Yes, indeed, guys. Put on the aluminum foil hats because we're going down the rabbit hole. Or should I say we're going up on the balloon. Guess I should click back on the thing here so we can get our cameras back up on screen. Whoops, forgot about that. Power Coach says, made in Taiwan? Possibly. I guarantee there's probably a chip. You know, the ironic thing here is there's probably a chip on one of the pieces of tech that they have hanging from this balloon that was made in Taiwan. Justin P says, boggles my mind if China literally thought a Goodyear blimp would go unnoticed. I am absolutely sure they intended it to be seen. Most definitely. Terry Hereford says, have the U.S. Contacted China about this? I'm sure there's probably some kind of line of communication to talking to Beijing about their fairly large spy balloon they have conveniently over our military installations here in the United States. Cleep Nasty says it's probably U.S. technology with Taiwan chips. I wouldn't put it past him. I definitely would not put it past them to have at least some type of U.S. tech on board. But there's definitely some chips that are probably made in Taiwan at TSMC. If they have any type of GPS communications, cellular communications on board, there's probably a chip in there like a Snapdragon or a Qualcomm somewhere that was made in Taiwan. Brick Z says U.S. officials have contacted China with no avail. AKA says strange things are happening these days. I can agree. I can agree there, AKA. Kitty Gundy says RCH 128 coming into Montana from the north. Let's take a look on the map. Go back over to my other radar here. So we have currently on the map is this UH-60 Blackhawk heading into Montana. Call sign G20771. We also have a RCH C-17 coming in from Canada currently over the northern United States. Quite a few U.S. military radar on, or U.S. military aircraft on radar this evening. 420 Friendly says, how do they know it's a Chinese balloon? Because of them tracking it from where it originated. Also, during flybys, they can take a look at what the balloon looks like and deduce, if it is a Chinese spy balloon indeed. We Find Your Lost Soul says this may not be a spy balloon at all. Who knows? It will take time to get some more information here. Oh yeah, once again, I got to get my screen back up here. Paul says, Paul asks, is it possible that the U.S. will not shoot it down to the risk of it maybe carrying a substance of sorts? I don't think that is very likely, but I wouldn't put it outside the realm of possibility. But I would say it's probably not likely at all. Harry Hurrell says, it's just a bit of Chinese tourism. Don't know why they chose Montana, though. Brixie says apparently it was spotted by Hawaiian radars a couple of days ago. CZ says Department of Defense did make a public statement about the balloon a little bit ago this evening. Indeed, they did. Alex Tuttle says United States of balloon watchers. Indeed, we might have to start a dedicated channel on the Discord for all of our balloon watchers now. As Chris points out, a very important point here. I've mentioned this a couple times tonight, but yes, Montana is full of nuclear silos. It's one thing of significance there that they might be taking a look at. Snapper Lisa asks, so it's in Montana? Last known location was over Montana, tracking west to east. Justin P says, dang, those Chinese sky lanterns are out of control this year. Indeed, they are. Monkey Pilot says, is the HBA L617 on flight radar the balloon? I don't believe so. Paul says, definitely a test. Guess we'll watch the missiles next. I like that rhyme. That was it was pretty spot on there. Tractor Bazil says, HIMARS training in Oklahoma, HBA L617. Could be. Chris says the balloon might be undetectable on radar. That's probably why they sent it over. I do not think that is the case. No, that massive balloon definitely is producing a radar signature. Abram Avery says Ember 43 is a Boeing E-3B Sentry U.S. surveillance plane circling Kansas. That's interesting. Maybe something happening there. Either way, a lot of U.S. Air Force and Army activity in the air today. Indeed, we have a very active evening here in the United States airspace. Dusty says, how are they steering it? They mentioned how this one was unusual in the sense that it was hovering over Billings. They are able to steer it via a variety of methods, as well as increase altitude and decrease altitude when they need to do so. Alex Tuttle says, Nemico, do you think that it is helium? I believe it's most likely helium. that they're using to, again, get lift on this balloon. William Grant says, "What is the first large body of water it will cross?" Well, it was over the ocean when they first got track of it, but they made the decision not to shoot it down, most likely for a reason. I'm not sure what that reason is yet, but uh, again, as I speculated earlier, it's most likely to do either with safety concerns. You shoot down a balloon of this size, and you have debris falling, out of the sky. You also have the possibility of it colliding with commercial aircraft or causing some kind of issues. It could also be seen as an escalation for them to shoot it down. There's a variety of reasons why it wouldn't be a good idea for them to shoot down this balloon. Stephen Richards says, "What is HBA L617 over Kansas? Most likely some U.S. military aircraft here. Maybe if I can get one of my air traffic radar guys to take a look into that for me, and if you got any information on it, send it over my way." David Noble says, "Was Canada aware of the incursion into their airspace, and did they scramble their squadron of uh, de Havilland beavers?" No, I don't think they did. But it does look like the military has been tracking this for some time now, probably about 24 hours or so, and then just now have made a public statement about it this evening. Uh, uh, does Nothing Special asks, "What is the current speed? Unknown at this time, but it is moving pretty slow." Some people are saying it's hovering in certain areas, probably taking some reconnaissance, probably performing some reconnaissance over certain areas, most likely some kind of military installations in Montana and the Dakotas. William Grant says they said because of debris over land, but over water should be open game. Yeah, I mean, it depends. They might decide to shoot it down if it continues to hover over the U.S. I would imagine them shooting it down, the U.S. shooting it down, they could possibly gain some kind of insight into what tools the Chinese are using for this reconnaissance. Chris asks, "What are your opinions on it?" Well, it's big. I'll give you that. Dusty says, "I would think more people would be able to track it live right now if skies are relatively clear." The problem is, so like on these air traffic radars, they're not visual tracking. This is coming from onboard tracking that is then being sent to municipal data sources, which is then put onto platforms like ADS-B and Flight Radar. Um, uh, this balloon doesn't have anything like that, so uh, to visually track it, especially at night over the United States. It's currently nighttime here in the U.S., so it is pitch black out there. Probably a fair amount of cloud cover, I would imagine, in some areas of Montana as well. However, I'm unsure on that one, but I would imagine it's not the easiest thing to track in the middle of the night. Vincent E says, "You're back." Well, I've been back for quite some time, Vincent E. Since about New Year's, we've been doing reports. Make sure to check out the channel. Got a whole bunch of new videos we've been uploading there on the channel. We've been doing these random Intel streams as well, 24/7 Intel streams. We do the Ukraine cam streams as well. Still, we've also been running a stream for China and Taiwan, which is currently what you're viewing here. Of course, tonight though we're not covering Taiwan as much, but we're taking a look at this very mysterious, very large U.S. spy balloon hovering over the United States at this time. Stephen Richards says, "I can't find it on the radar with my Google search." Yeah, you will not find the spy balloon on radar. It doesn't have a radar ping like an aircraft, like a commercial or a military aircraft would. This is a spy balloon. It's again, they're not publicly sending out that air traffic signature to be publicly tracked. That would be counterintuitive. Demented Chaos says, so this balloon, are we, the U.S. military, going to shoot down that balloon? Again, it's unknown at this time. The Pentagon had a release earlier, a press release earlier that said they're not going to shoot it down at this time. However, that might change, and that's why we're keeping an eye on this situation as it develops. Danny Nader says Geo 8053 is circling this balloon. Zoom in. Well, let's take a look. I actually don't see. So we got grit over there. Oh, so this one here. So this is a yeah, this is a Chinook. I don't think they'd be using the Chinook, and it's only at 5,000 feet. 8053. Yeah, that's here. 8053. Yeah, I don't think this is looking at the balloon. Also, the balloon was further east when we were tracking it earlier. It was not too far from Billings, Montana, I believe, when we were tracking it earlier. AKA says, Nemico, I appreciate you updating us on stuff like this. I appreciate you, AKA. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Again, for all those that are just tuning in, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you hit that like button as well. It really helps a lot. If you haven't already, check out some of the videos and weekly intel reports that I've been putting up over on the YouTube channel. We've been covering Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. We've been covering China and the situation in the South Pacific between China and Taiwan and the United States, which has been heating up quite drastically over recent weeks. So, again, make sure to check out all that stuff. For those of you turning on Twitch this evening, thank you guys so much for following along on Twitch. If you haven't yet, hit that follow button. Best way to get notified when new streams and videos, or new streams, I guess, for Twitch, when those go live. Alex Turtle says, Danny Natar just confirmed Chinooks in the sky. What are your thoughts, Nemico? Well, Chinooks are used for a variety of purposes. This Chinook we're taking a look at right now, call sign Geo 8053, is currently hovering around 5,425 feet. The balloon is much higher than that, from what I've heard, so I don't think they're actually in the presence of the balloon right there. They're most likely maybe doing some kind of military transport flight. What's their flight pattern looking like here? It is an interesting flight pattern here that we're seeing this evening from this Chinook. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Speed Scroll says, Nemico, any word from the east on this balloon? Anyone claiming responsibility? Uh, from what I've heard, the U.S. has tried to contact and ask China about this, but hasn't gotten a response back yet. However, I'm still waiting to get some updated information on that. Just B says, okay, can you recap real fast? North Korea is threatening us, China is threatening us, and Russia. What are their next moves? It's kind of a hard thing to estimate, but I can tell you that global security has gotten quite a bit more volatile in recent weeks. In the past few weeks here, between everything that's going on in China with Taiwan and everything that's going on with Ukraine, you have the activity in Iran. Make sure you check out the video I just posted today over on the channel, which covers some developments in Iran and the Middle East, which are connected directly to what's going on in Russia, I believe. But again, everything is seeming to be escalating over the past few weeks here. Paul says, everyone wondering why our government is allowing this. This is definitely the question, ain't it? I would agree. They have their reasons. As Juan Yankee says, what a way to gauge a response. Exactly. They send the balloon over U.S. territory, and then they're able to gauge how we react to it. Big Red says, ADSB shows more military. Indeed, it does, more so than Flight Radar 24. 9mm says, Chinese balloon. Indeed, we are tracking a Chinese spy balloon. Demented Chaos very sarcastically says, I'm glad that our military is swift to react to foreign aircraft intruding on our airspace. Again, they have their reasons why they're not shooting it down. We'll probably know more here shortly. Oh, yeah, once again, I got to get back and open our cameras here so you guys aren't just looking at a blank screen. Sorry about that. Yeah, as Cleatmaster says, uh, ADSB exchange does not show the balloon, guys. The balloon is not being actively tracked on the public civilian radar here. The balloon would need to be producing an aircraft signature. Basically, it would need to have like GPS on board that's directly, being sent to local air traffic radar, which then, that municipal data is what is then collected by services like ADSB and flight radar, which is then, shown to us. Of course, the Chinese aren't just going to, throw a transponder on there to show us where the spy balloon is. That would be a little bit counterintuitive. Um, Somebody said, MDDOAN82 says DoD press release says this has happened several times in the past few years. Why today to announce? So yes, this isn't the first time we've seen a Chinese spy balloon over U.S. soil. It is, however, the first time that we've seen one hovering over these specific sites in the northern U.S., which again are littered with U.S. missile sites, U.S. nuclear missile sites, I should say, and other military installations of significance. And again, it comes as these tensions have been ratcheting up between Taiwan and China and the U.S. over the past week or two. Um, and so this is not only kind of like a show of force by the Chinese, but it's also kind of meant to probe our response. Nine millimeter says the infosec community is probably going nuts over this balloon. This evening, everybody is going nuts over this balloon. I was at work earlier, and all of a sudden my phone just started exploding with people saying, "You need to start your live stream right now and cover this balloon." So that's what we're doing right now. Um, uh, is covering the balloon and talking about the balloon. Yeah, everybody kind of started going nuts earlier, about an hour or two ago, about when this press release came out about the balloon, about the spy balloon being up over U.S. airspace. I guarantee we're going to continue to hear more about this as the hours progress. Dave Miller says ADSB was bought out by a private company and will probably discontinue offering unfettered access to aircraft data. Well, let's hope not. Alex Tuttle says this balloon brought my family closer than ever before. Thank you, China. Thank you, Alex, for tuning in this evening. Dominic Chaos says, "Preach of the balloon." Nemico. Patty Wax is being paged again. BRB. Well, we'll be right here waiting for you when you get back, Patty Wax. So I'm going to take a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try to get updated and see if we have any newer information coming in on the balloon. And I'm going to get a bite to eat here, and then I'll be back shortly, but the stream will continue. If you guys have any questions, I will... I'm going to put a Q&A up, actually. And if you guys have any questions, you can leave them in the Q&A, and I'll try to answer them all when I get back. I'm gonna title it "Ask Your Questions About the Very Large Chinese Spy Balloon." There we go. How do I post this then? All right, I have started a live chat Q&A. If you guys have any questions, I will try to answer those when I get back here in a few moments. I'll probably start a poll too. When I get back shortly, we'll do a live chat poll about the balloon. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna start that now. I'm just gonna do it now. Okay, our question for this evening's live chat poll is: do you think the U.S. military will attempt to shoot down the Chinese spy balloon? Go ahead and cast your votes now, and let us know what you think. There's also a live chat Q&A currently going as well, so you guys can leave questions to that. And when I get back here shortly, I will go ahead and I will read through those questions left in the live chat Q&A, and to see if I can get some of those questions answered for you guys here. So stand by, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to turn the audio back on out of Taitung in Taiwan here. So we'll have some nice gentle wave sounds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back here on Monday Night Balloon Mania. Just kidding, it's not Monday. What is today? Thursday? Thursday Night Balloon Mania. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to answer a few questions from our Q&A here in the live chat this evening. Terry Powers! Let me pause that. I had my stream open on my phone. Echoing back through. Okay. Terry Powers asks, what is HBA L617? Let's take a look at our flight radar. Let's go here and refresh this. And go here. HBA L617. No information on that aircraft. Country of origin is the United States. My guess would be a military aircraft of some kind. However, it's hard to tell. Interesting flight path here. Very interesting flight path here. You can see some zigzagging here. This could just be error on the track. You know, kind of like some glitchiness with the flight pattern here on the track. But who knows? Who knows? That's it. That's a good question, Terry Powers. Demented Chaos asks, so what exactly are these balloons capable of in the way of range, altitude, and onboard hardware? Well, I'm not sure as to the specifics, but I know they can stay aloft for days at a time, if not longer. As for onboard hardware, they have visual reconnaissance, electronic reconnaissance capabilities, things like spectrum analyzation, you know, radio interception, ground scanning radar, things of that nature. Altitude, I'm pretty sure they're flying around 60,000 feet, if I'm not mistaken. Taishuz asks, China obviously would know U.S. and Canada would be able to track this thing. Why would China do this? To send a message? Yes, as I mentioned earlier, this is definitely more of a show of force by China than anything. Chandra asks, where's the balloon right now? So last seen was over Montana. However, it is believed that it has moved southeast of Montana now. So possibly into Wyoming or South Dakota is where the balloon is somewhere in this area currently. Busterman says, looked into it. Supposedly, Gordo 16 was on a training mission, so that explains that. Death Row Dip asks, are they about to invade Taiwan? Possibly. Possibly. It will happen eventually here. As I've speculated in multiple intel reports over the past few weeks, I've said that my assessment is that they'll do it sooner rather than later. So I'm going to go ahead and end our live chat poll for this evening. It was pretty quickly there. We were able to get 236 votes are still coming in. I guess if you guys still haven't yet, really quickly, I'll give you 30 seconds to go and cast your vote in the live chat poll on the YouTube live chat. You have 30 seconds, and then I'm going to end that poll off here. So go ahead and cast your votes if you haven't already. All right. Thank you to everybody that casted their vote for tonight's live chat poll. We got, oh wow, they're still trickling in actually. We're almost at 260. Come on, we need 2 more people to vote. 259, we need 1 more. Oh, 261. Jeez, okay, we broke past the 260 there. Oh, 263. It's still going up. All right, I ended the poll. Wait for it to pop up here. Okay, where's the poll? The poll disappeared. There we go. So tonight's live chat poll was, do you think the U.S. will attempt to shoot down the Chinese spy balloon? It was a pretty even split, with about 54% of you saying no, and 45% of you saying yes out of 263 votes. So very insightful there. So about almost a 50-50% split here of you guys being torn between, yeah, they're going to try to shoot it down, and no, they probably won't shoot it down. You gotta love how passionate people have gotten this evening over this Chinese spy balloon. It's pretty insane. I've seen quite a few of you guys, asks like, what if it's loaded with an EMP? I don't think that's the case. Abram Avery says, we gotta shoot that frickin' balloon down! That's what a lot of people are saying. We Find Your Lost Soul has an interesting point here. It says simple tech is more dangerous if it's ignored most of the time. That is true. Yeah, in some cases. Bonsai Bob says, "Does anyone else have no audio or sound?" Well, you should only be hearing me when I talk. I did have audio coming out of Taitung, Taiwan, but I muted it there. I guess I could turn it back up a little bit so we have some kind of something or other in the background. It's basically just the waves coming from our top middle camera here, where you see the waves here. Taitung, Taiwan. Holy cow, Sinful Butterfly. Haven't seen you in literally ages. Glad to see you back in the chat, one of our old moderators. We thought you dropped off of the face of the planet Earth. So grateful to have you back, tuning back into the stream. Glad to have you. Thank you so much for stopping by this evening. We're taking a look at a Chinese spy balloon. Definitely a very interesting and eventful night this evening. Florgon333 says, "Is this live?" This is indeed live, Florgon333. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Sinful Butterfly says, "The spy balloon better not come to Colorado." Well, we shall see. We shall see. It last tracked, it's kind of on a southeasterly directional heading this evening. Brenton Eslick says, is it the balloon from the movie Up or Around the World in 80 Days? It could be either. We're still trying to get a fix on that. David Noble asks a great question. Nemico, do you plan to bring back the news desk and Avatar? Well, for the past few weeks, we've been doing reports without the Avatar. Kind of have like a new format I've been doing where I don't really use the Avatar or the news desk. I put a lot of work into that setup, but it wasn't received very well. So I decided to stop using the Avatar and the news desk. But it might make a return in the future. Or at the very least, we might have a comeback of the Avatars in certain forms. I know some people have been asking about Latrick Pancaster, the Avatar I had done, the caricature I had done, and I also did one of Putin at one point too. They might make a comedic return at some point. Sinful Butterfly says, "Does anyone know where the balloon is now?" Yeah, it's believed to have just crossed out of Montana, and I think supposedly into either South Dakota or Wyoming. It passed out of this kind of lower right corner of Montana here on the map. So it was, when we started tracking it earlier, it was kind of southeast of Billings. So it could have slipped down into Wyoming or over into South Dakota. Brenton Eslick says, Nemico, I've been subbed since your first coverage on Ukraine. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Brenton. That means a lot to me. And as always, it's great to have you tuning in, man. Samuel Garcia says, balloon has an EMP, all caps. Well, we should hope not. I don't think so. Demented Chaos says, whatever happened to Patrick Lancaster? He's still posting news out of Ukraine. He took a little bit of a hiatus there for a little while. He went on like vacation or something, or he was covering something else. I forgot exactly what it was, but he's back in Ukraine, in the east of the country, covering news there in the Donbass. Sinful Butterfly says, can't believe the Ukraine war is still going on. I'm right there with you. I think a lot of us feel the same way. The J988 says, is the balloon broadcasting a signal? If so, what frequency is it on? That's hard to tell at this time. I'm sure the U.S. is tracking, signal surveillance from the balloon itself. I don't know anything as for specific signals, etc. But I'm sure that the balloon is, it's not just passively recording. It's most likely broadcasting, probably to satellite, I would imagine. Shoto J says, surprised they haven't taken the balloon down yet. Quite a few people have been saying the same thing this evening. Floragon333 says, I wouldn't put it past a hotshot amateur drone pilot to get up close and personal. I don't believe a drone could fly at that altitude. The air is too thin at that altitude. That's why you can't get a drone up there. The rotors just aren't able to push enough air to be able to increase altitude beyond a certain point. I'm pretty sure it's around 60,000 feet. And I don't think a quadcopter or any type of amateur drone for that matter could get up that far. However, I could be wrong. I'm not a drone expert here, but from the little I do know about aircraft, it would be quite hard to get a rotor-based aircraft up that high. Yeah, Race Right says it's at around 60,000 feet, so that's pretty high. Floragon333 says, what if it was a modified drone with rockets? You never know. Possibly. Yeah, as I said, it's kind of hard for a drone to get up that high. The air is so thin at that altitude that it makes it almost impossible for a rotor-based aircraft of any type to get up to increase altitude once you get to a certain point. Yeah, and also as Brenton says, 63,000 feet, no commercial drone could hold a frequency up that far. Communication-wise, you'd have a hard time communicating with the drone itself. I see quite a few of you have this theory. It's a bioweapon dispenser. They're dropping COVID on the United States. I don't think that's the case. You'd probably need quite a bit of bioweapon to aerosolize that large of a landmass. This balloon is only 3 school buses in size. I think it would need to be a few school buses larger for an operation like that. Horizon says, if it crashes into a town, what the heck will happen? Well, see, it's not just a balloon. It's all of the equipment that's hanging underneath the balloon. Probably, a few hundred pounds of metal, or if not more. I'm not exactly sure what's on it or how heavy it is, but I would imagine it probably would be very good to drop, that load of equipment. And also, I think another reason they don't want to shoot it down is because it would be escalatory to China for them to shoot it down, amongst other things, amongst other reasons. As Earth-Based One says, it may be mostly autonomous. Yeah, that's most likely true. Yeah, Bonsai Bob says, I love how the school buses are our go-to unit of measurement for this. I agree. It's like, who came up with that? Who was the first reporter that said it's the size of 3 school buses? And then all of us tonight have been making school bus balloon memes. I've seen so many school bus balloon memes the past, few hours. It's insane. Mama of 6 says, could the Chinese be trying to distract us? Very well, maybe possible. Justin P says, UAVs have surpassed 65,000 feet. Yeah, but not commercial rotor-based UAVs. Some fixed wing UAVs, yeah, can go that high, I believe. Demented Chaos says, would taking it down not be equal force to invading airspace? It depends. It depends. I'm not exactly sure what the line of thinking here behind the U.S. military is as to why they're not shooting it down. We'll get more information here within the next few hours. I'm sure of it. Some people say, like there's nobody in Montana, etc. Well, it has been hovering over some key cities, towns, and military installations. So, it could be hard for them to, to justify shooting it down and doing it in such a safe manner. I don't know. Again, it's hard to tell why they haven't shut it down, what the reasoning is behind that. Bruce asks a very good question. How is it being tracked? The U.S. military is currently tracking the balloon, probably via radar, I would imagine. I believe there are, from what I've heard, there are some other private entities that are tracking the balloon itself. However, again, I know a few people have asked, why isn't it on ADS-B or flight radar? It's because it's not using an aircraft transponder signal like a normal aircraft would be using. We're basically, we're blind to it besides radar and visual contact. Brent says heat maps could track the balloon as well. I'm not sure if, I'm pretty sure the balloon is using helium, maybe hydrogen or something. I'm not sure if there would be much of a heat signature on it. It's probably pretty cold up there, I would imagine. Joe Blowing Wind, thank you so much for tuning in to our Thursday night Balloon Mania stream here on Nemico Network. Glad to have you and glad to have everybody else that's tuning in this evening. I see quite a few people talking about using a laser to shoot it down. That would be pretty interesting. If some kid in Montana decided to get his high energy laser out, and, point it at the sky and see if he can pop the balloon. Demented Chaos with a good point says, well, the air up there is cold, but the sunlight hitting the balloon surface would make it plenty warm. But see, the thing is, right now, it is pitch black over Montana. It's nighttime. Nighttime where the balloon is currently. Raised Right asks, is it 100% confirmed Chinese? Yes, the Pentagon has come out and confirmed 100% it is a Chinese spy balloon. Ryan Hepler says, if it travels over Tennessee, I'll definitely shoot my laser at it. Well, careful there, Ryan. Don't want anybody getting in trouble over a stray laser beam. Takey Jakey asks, good question. Does the Pentagon know where it took off? Yes, I believe they've been tracking it for quite a while here. Florgon333 asks, do you think China thought they weren't going to be seen? Could they really be that naive, he asks. No, I am 100% sure that they meant to be seen. This is most likely a show of force more than anything. Joe Blowin says, I thought there were KC-135s that were flying around it. There were some aircraft frequenting the balloon earlier, but it doesn't look like they are anymore. But they are definitely still keeping an eye on it. Sin asks, how have you been, Nemico? I've been pretty good. I hope you are doing well as well. Again, glad to have you back. Ryan Halper says, a show of force with a balloon strapped to what appears to be solar panels. Yep, there's definitely some reconnaissance hardware, electronic surveillance, and visual surveillance hardware on board being powered by what looks to be some solar panels. Abram Avery asks, do you really think the U.S. will not respond in any way? Again, it's hard to tell as at this time. So far, it seems that they're not going to shoot it down, but that could change. Yumi asks Nemico, why don't the USA grab it, take it down to the ground to examine it? I believe they would try to, if they shut it down, they would try to do so in such a way that they could retrieve it intact. Uh, 2K Pounders is an excellent point here. It says KC-135s are refuelers that provide fuel mainly for fighter aircraft. Yeah, that's true. They're stratotankers. He says if they were up, then fighter jets were up without transponders on. That's most likely true. I guarantee they scrambled some interceptor aircraft to go and take a look at this thing. We Find a Lost Soul says, imagine erupting Third World War because of a balloon 3 buses big. That would be quite ironic. Brenton Eslick asks, is the balloon made out of latex or rice paper? Again, not sure. Not sure what it's made out of. Liminal asks a question that I've seen asked many times this evening. Why would they use a giant balloon when they have perfectly good satellites in orbit? Well, first of all, Liminal, a balloon is much lower to the ground than a satellite, meaning you have less atmosphere between you and whatever you're trying to observe. The lower you are to the ground, the much easier it is to do things like visual reconnaissance. Also, it's you're able to use things like ground scanning radar, etc., ground penetrating radar, stuff like that. So that's possibly why they're using a balloon. Also, it's much cheaper, and it's easier to navigate a balloon than it is a satellite. You can't really change course on a satellite. You can't get a satellite to hover in the same way that you can get a balloon to hover in place. Yumi asks, Nemico, is this because China is upset with the U.S. over Taiwan or the military bases located in close countries? It could be kind of like a show of force or a kind of threat display here by China in response to some recent events. It's very, very possible. Miss Mary says, anything identified in our airspace is not okay. If this is our true response time to this stuff, we are in trouble. Juan Yankee says, Jeff Bezos delivery. Possible. Shadow J says, I wonder if they're searching for our nuclear warhead locations. Well, the balloon was definitely over some pretty significant military installations in Montana, home to the 341st Missile Wing of the U.S. Military. As Joe Blown Wind says, it's not the first balloon over the USA by China. They had one like 6 years ago. That is true. This isn't the first time they have sent a spy balloon of this nature. However, this one is a little bit bigger than the ones we usually see from what I've read in other reports, as well as it's interesting the flight path it's taking. Also, it comes at a time when we're having heightened tensions between Taiwan, the U.S., and China, so it could be related. As Ryan Helper says, yes, you can see missile silos even if they are buried in the ground. Yeah, you can see the installations. If you know what you're looking for, they're pretty easy to spot. And again, it'd be much easier for them to spot them, at a lower altitude. They can use things again like ground scanning radar could be used as well to see those sort of things. Could be possibly what they're doing here. Liminal says, is it moving eventually towards open ocean where we might shoot it down? It's possible, yes. It is on a kind of a southeasterly track, so it would eventually reach open water if it continues on its path. It might just fall somewhere over the U.S. eventually, without us even shooting it down. That's possible as well. So again, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Kyle asks, will it cross Minnesota? Possibly, if it goes into a more northerly direction. It's currently kind of tracking, as I said, southeasterly from Montana. We're not sure right now if it's over Wyoming or if it's over South Dakota. We're waiting to get an update in on its current location. Somebody asked if we can get a live stream of the balloon, video stream of the balloon. I don't think that would be possible, as it is the middle of the night here in the northern United States. Sinful Butterfly said, I still rock my Dasha shirt. That is awesome to hear. I know quite a few of you have sent pictures of some of the Nemico merch they have received, and it's always great to see people enjoying that stuff. Somebody says, oh, wait, there's a live stream from the balloon on TikTok. Yeah, not sure. I'm pretty much 100% that is fake. Kitty Grundy says they did scramble F-22s. I had heard that they did scramble some aircraft. I didn't hear exactly which ones, but I wouldn't put it past them scrambling some F-22s. Wonderwing says the DoD has already said it will be over the USA for a couple more days, and the idiot Biden just going to. Well, I won't read the rest of that comment. But yes, it should be over the U.S. for quite some time. It's not moving very fast, and again, it's hovering over key military infrastructure. Expino says, Nemico, did you hear about the Chinese Fufeng Com milling plant that was scrapped in the Grand Forks, North Dakota? I believe there was a security threat with it being located from Grand Forks Air Force Base. I did not hear about that. I've heard people talking about it, but I didn't read the reports on that. It might be something I have to look into. As Raised Right says, yeah, it's 60,000 feet up in the air and pitch black. It's kind of hard to get a video camera to show exactly what's going on up there. Justin P says, Nemico, just put a video camera on a balloon outside and give the people what they want. I guess that's what I'll have to do. Sinful Butterfly says, who's controlling it? Most likely China. Either that or it's autonomous. More likely it's autonomous, meaning they pre-programmed it to do certain things. It has sensors on board, it could tell wind direction, altitude, etc., and then it navigates itself. These high-altitude balloons, they basically ride air currents. Okay, so at certain altitudes, an air current will be moving one way, and at a higher altitude or a lower altitude, the air current will be moving in a completely different direction. So, say if they want to move south, they'll go to a certain altitude and be able to drift a certain direction. They might also have some kind of maybe a rudder of some kind that might be able to steer its flight direction slightly, but I probably wouldn't expect that to be the case. It's more likely that they're just using like air currents and natural atmospheric phenomena to control the balloon. Yeah, should I just go out on the porch and just get like a live feed? I'll get like a live video feed from the front porch of the night sky, and that'll satisfy everybody. Joe Blowin says, did you notice how the solar panels were in sunlight? It's definitely controlled. Well, the solar panels probably, are like on a tilted, they're able to be tilted, on their axis to get the most sunlight. You see that on satellites quite often. The solar panels are mainly there to power any instruments that are on board, I would assume. As Wonderwing says, yes, it's a stratospheric balloon. It's higher than jet stream. Yeah, it is. It's around 60,000 feet. So. Ben, Mr. Hardtail asks, why do you think it's there? As I mentioned earlier, probably a show of force of some kind by China, or they are indeed conducting reconnaissance. That is possible as well. I was talking earlier. It's not so much visual reconnaissance, but they can also do signal reconnaissance and electronic reconnaissance. Things like ground scanning and penetrating radar, intercepting radio frequencies and things like that. That could be what they're doing as well. Me Too says, do we know for sure it's Chinese? Yes, for the 100th time, we indeed do know that it is Chinese. It is indeed a Chinese spy balloon, the size of 3 whole school buses, so it is quite large. Okay, all right. So somebody already went and created a YouTube channel name called Chinese Spy Balloon. He's tuning into the chat, and he says, "This isn't my first rodeo. Glad to have you on board tonight, Chinese Spy Balloon. Glad to have you." You know, you got to shout out the first guy that that decided to create a channel name called Chinese Spy Balloon. It was only a matter of time. Matt says Pentagon official states that the net is on its way. I don't think I've seen any reports of that yet, but I'll let you know as soon as I see something. Anthony Nicholson, thank you so much for the super chat emoji there. I love you too, Anthony. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Glad to have you following along on the stream this evening on Thursday Night Balloon Mania, as we're calling it. As Ben, Mr. Hardtail says, we should just pop that bitch. I agree, Ben. I think quite a few of us agree that we should go ahead and pop that Chinese spy balloon and get it out of our airspace. LaQuoya says, I like balloons. I think quite a few of us like balloons, but we don't like Chinese spy balloons. Unisonic72 says, I wonder if it's transmitting to China now. I most guarantee it is transmitting via satellite to China. I feel like I'm really getting the radio voice tonight. Chinese spy balloon says, these black helicopters are buzzing my dangle. Very annoying. Matt says, Nemico, I was joking. I meant in some other world, the comically large net the Pentagon would go to get it down. I would love to see such an operation. LaQuoya asks a very interesting question. She says, I don't know what's so interesting about Montana. Well, LaQuoya, in Montana are quite a few significant U.S. military installations, including the majority, not all, but quite a few of our nuclear missile silos. Demented Chaos with a great point here, saying, yeah, balloons are great, but Chinese spy balloons are rather bland and boring to look at. Brandon Allen says they watched Yellowstone and wanted to check it out for real. Great show. Great show. Well, it's about time. Yumi finally is the first one in chat to make a Hannah Montana joke. It was only a matter of time. Randall Mattel with the super chat there. Thank you so much, Randall. Says, weather balloons with intermittence crash all the time. Why are they scared about this balloon crashing? Well, I think the difference here, is just the payload on this balloon is quite big. From what I've gathered, it's quite a bit of equipment on there. Probably a few hundred pounds of equipment is being carried on this balloon. I mean, I don't know for sure. Again, I'm not a balloon expert here by any stretch of the imagination, but there is quite a bit of equipment on it. And also, they're worried about escalation. So the Chinese are doing this to probe our response, how we would shoot down such a balloon. And I think the U.S. just don't want to give them that. They don't want to give them, that intel. Like, they don't want to show them how we would shoot it down. It's like giving in to China if we go ahead and shoot it down. Koyman 2021 asks, hey, Nemico, just got here. Seen some tweets about the balloon. Do we actually know anything? It would be great for grateful for a quick rundown, please. Well, Koyman, the balloon was announced a few hours ago by the U.S. Government. They've known about it. They've been tracking it for probably about 24 hours or more, I should say. And we just learned about it in the past few hours. It was hovering over Montana near Billings. It's on a southeasterly track as of now. We know it's a Chinese reconnaissance spy balloon. It's about the size of 3 school buses, so it's pretty big. It's not like your typical, weather balloon size here. But at the moment, that's about all we know. The rest is kind of, we're all in here in the chat speculating and, kind of bouncing ideas off each other here, exchanging information. Ben, Mr. Hardtail says, you have the perfect infomercial voice going tonight. LOL, you too can have one of these. Thank you so much, Ben, for that. I am kind of, I'm in the infomercial, I'm in the radio voice mode this evening. It is, again, Thursday night balloon mayhem, or balloon mania. That's what we're doing this evening. O5, do it for Brock says, so they're gonna let China fly it around at will? I guess so. That's what they're looking to do this evening. David Noble says, Nemico, 80s artist Nina could come out of retirement with 99 Chinese spy balloons. I would love to hear that track. Koyman says, awesome. Appreciate the rundown, man. Thank you so much, Koyman, for tuning in this evening. Harry Harrell says, Nemico, you should get on the radio. You've got the pipes. Well, thank you so much, Harry. It is much appreciated. Chinese spy balloon says, I do not consent to having my pictures taken. That is noted, Chinese spy balloon. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening to your own stream. Takey Jakey says, do you think Biden is speaking to Xi now or soon? I know they have contacted the Chinese about this. I don't think they've received a formal response yet, but we shall wait and see. Bob F114 asks, what is the altitude of the balloon? Last known altitude was around approximately 60,000 feet in the air. Flash Gordon says, they still haven't shot it down yet? No, they have not shot down the Chinese spy balloon as of yet. But as soon as we hear about that, we will give you that information. Craig TV says, Nemico going to start selling Chinese spy balloon coffee mugs. Not yet, but possibly in the future. If the balloon mania continues to happen, if we have repeat Thursday balloon mania streams, we might need to do that. Lakoya asks, what's the static in the background? You are currently hearing the soothing white noise and wave sounds coming from Taitung, Taiwan. The camera that is up in the middle of the screen, on all the way to the top, you'll see the waves there. That is where our audio is coming from for this evening, out of Taitung, Taiwan. William Grant says, I think it will be gone by the time the sun comes up. Well, at this rate, it'll still be above U.S. airspace by the time the sun comes up. So unless they've shot it down, I expect it'll still be here. Miss Tiger Eye, thank you so much for tuning in this evening. One of our favorite community mods says, what's going on, peeps? Just got home from work. Well, Miss Tiger Eye, welcome to Thursday Night Balloon Mania. Here's we are tracking a unmanned Chinese spy balloon the size of 3 school buses over the northern United States of America. Yes, Miss Tiger Eye. So it just was announced a few hours ago that this balloon is over the U.S., so you haven't missed too much. We're still trying to piece together the situation here. But again, thank you for tuning in, and glad to have you here this evening. Lakoya says, good night, Nemico. Good night, all. I'm going to bed. Have a great night, everyone. Well, thank you so much, Lakoya, for tuning in this evening. We hope to see you back here. Winnie the Mao says, shoot it down. Koyman 2021 says, how did they come to the conclusion that it's China? Did China say anything? They've been tracking it for quite some time, and I'm sure that they saw where it originated from. Also, they did some flybys on it, and they could probably identify that it was Chinese equipment from those flybys, I would imagine. Yumi asks a good question. Nemico, if they are getting intel, would China share it with Russia? Possibly if there was something they could gain from it. That's possible. Zay K47 says, how likely do you think this thing is carrying an EMP? Extremely unlikely. Crypto Santa Claus asks, was anyone on board on the balloon? No. Derek Martin says, U.S. has been shooting down weather balloons since 47. That's not a problem. I think they want to recover it, if possible, intact. I agree. Yes, it's most likely helium and not hydrogen. Crushing Pie, thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Says, hey, Nemico, hope all is well. Thank you for doing updates again recently. Thank you so much, Crushing Pie, for tuning in. And again, if any of you that are tuning back in now haven't seen it, we've been doing new videos and new streams over on the YouTube channel. We got a whole bunch of new content over there, so make sure to go and check it out. Comically Large Net, thank you so much for the super chat there. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Glad to have you stopping by and hanging out with us tonight. We might need your comically large net if we're going to catch this balloon. Elias and Aaron says, I think it's a Netflix balloon cracking down on password sharing. That could be a very real possibility here, Elias. A Chinese spy balloon with a Nemico Ayo. Blue Sky says, hopefully we are electronically jamming any equipment on board the balloon. I talked about that earlier. We most likely are, I would imagine, that we are performing some kind of jamming operation there to stop the Chinese from getting any communications and intel from the balloon. But again, it's hard to know for sure. Damon A says, "Is there a little boy in the balloon?" For those of you that don't, some of you might remember what that is a reference to. Yumi says, Nemico, I remember you from the very beginning of the Ukraine war almost 1 year ago now. Anniversary time soon. Yes, indeed. It has been too long that war in Ukraine has been continuing on. I plan to have a few 1 year videos coming up here soon. They'll kind of recap some of the things that have happened over the past year with the Ukraine war, so stay tuned for those. Joe Blow-Wind says, why can't we fly a plane under the balloon so all it's taking pictures of is the top of a plane? Well, that plane would have to be going pretty slow. I think that's the problem in that. So back to my popular request, we are going to play tonight's theme song. I hope you all enjoy. We'll be back in just about 3 minutes here.
You and I in a little toy shop, buy a bag of balloons with a at base, box in the software, flash the message. Something's out there, floating in the summer sky. 99 red balloons go by.
Alrighty, and we are back here on Nemico Network this evening for Thursday Night Balloon Mania. Here as we track this Chinese spy balloon across the northern continental United States of America. Thank you to everybody that's tuning in this evening and hanging out with us here on the stream. As always, hit that like button if you haven't already. Best way to get the algorithm's attention, get this information in the hands of more people. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Best way to get access to the live chat here on the channel and, again, to support the channel. Joe Blow Wind says, couldn't they fly a bunch of balloons under the balloon? Now, that's an idea. Samuel Garcia says, I've shared the channel with all of my students. Well, thank you so much, Samuel. That means a lot. Lily Scissorhand says, so what about this balloon thing? Well, a few hours ago, the United States military announced that they've been tracking a unmanned Chinese reconnaissance spy balloon It was over Montana last we heard, moving southeasterly direction towards either Wyoming or South Dakota. It is tracked. It has been tracked over the past 24 hours by the military. We just are now learning about it, and it is flying over some very important military installations. So that's what we're kind of keeping an eye on this evening. Florgon333 asks, are they certain it's unmanned? Yes, 100%. 100% it is unmanned. We gotta shoot it down. So many people messaging me saying, we got it. Why aren't we shooting this thing down? We have to shoot it down now. What are we doing? Where's the Air Force? Where's the bloody Air Force? We need to shoot down the balloon, and we need to do it now. Domestic Chaos with an excellent theory here, saying they're dropping microplastics as part of their long-term plan to saturate the American people with microplastics. I think that is probably exactly what they're doing. Damn them in the microplastics. Florgon333 with the most enlightened comment so far this evening, saying, what if that's what China wants us to do and we play right into their hands? Exactly. They want us to try to shoot it down. They want to see how we would respond, what weapon systems we'd use to shoot it down, etc. Where those missile systems would come from, etc. Like how we would shoot it down, how we would take action against the balloon. That's what they want to know, and that's why I think we are not shooting it down. As Joe Blow and Wind says, we should capture it, not shoot it down. I would agree. I would agree. If we were to do anything with it, we should take it in and try to learn something from it. Take a look at some of the hardware they're using for reconnaissance, etc. That would probably be the most intelligent thing to do. The wisest decision to make. Shameless Senpai says they are just updating the knockoff Google Maps. Perhaps, perhaps. As Miss Tiger Eye says, we need a big net. A comically large net, some would say. Chinese spy balloon says in chat, don't Roswell me, bros. Just keeping them coming, Chinese spy balloon. AP asks, where is it now? Last tracked over Montana, heading southeasterly direction. We're still waiting on a update here to come in of where it is currently at, but I would suspect it's somewhere over either northeastern Wyoming or northwestern South Dakota, or sorry, southwestern South Dakota. IMAS TV says, Nemico, say hi to me. Hello, IMAS TV. Matt says the comically large net is unable to comment for the next 5 minutes as he is a new subscriber. Duly noted, Matt. AP says it could be a sneaky EMP. I don't think so. I do not think so. So, EMPs for the most part are performed with a high altitude nuclear explosion. Okay, to create an EMP of such a scale, you know, to actually damage our power grid, you would need to use something like a high-altitude nuclear bomb airburst. That's about the only way to create an EMP that big and that powerful enough to do any sort of real damage. Is this thing carrying a nuke? No. They would have already responded to it. The U.S. would have already responded to it for sure, and we'd have intelligence of that. I do not think there's an EMP or a nuke or any type of weapon on board. I believe this is indeed just a reconnaissance flight, and more so out of anything is this kind of a show of force by the Chinese, and just kind of like an intimidation play more than anything. Randy, with an excellent piece of advice here, says, this world just needs some integrity. I couldn't agree more with you, Randy. This world indeed does need just some more integrity. I don't believe the balloon has anything inside it but helium or possibly another buoyant gas. Possibly hydrogen, but most likely helium. As Demented Chaos says, I feel like there are more efficient ways to transport a nuke to its destination than this. Exactly. They're called ballistic missiles, and or hypersonic missiles even. As Damon A says, NORAD has this thing tracked down to the last centimeter. Robert, they know it's China because they've tracked it from its destination. The capability, the power of U.S. intelligence is surpassed by none other. They 100% know that this is a Chinese spy balloon, indeed. Most likely from them tracking it from where it originated. They most likely have been tracking it for quite some time. You can see where it took off from. Also, if they flew any sorties to take a look at the thing, they most likely were able to identify it, and, the equipment on board, etc. Type of balloon used, stuff like that. Yeah, as Joe Blow and Wind says, it's flying higher than commercial airlines. We're up at around 60,000 feet in altitude here. Somebody said check Situation Room, that they had posted something, and I'm going to take a look at what they had posted. Oh, here we go. Yeah, again, thank you, Crushing Pie, for sending this over. I'll read this off to you guys here. So, loading up this post here. Give me one moment. So I have a report here, again, coming from the Pentagon. Pentagon officials said the balloon had traveled from China to the Aleutian Islands of Alaska and through northwest Canada over the past few days before arriving somewhere over Montana, where it was hovering Wednesday. So it was hovering. It has been hovering over Montana. I believe somewhere not too far from Billings, Montana, if I'm not mistaken. And so they've been tracking it for a few days now. They saw where it took off. That's how they know it's from China. Tommy Two Shoes says Red Bull base jumpers will board that balloon any minute. Miss Tucker asks a good question. What's in Montana that they're spying on? Well, you have the 341st Missile Division of the U.S. military there. Hold on, it's the 341st Missile Wing of the U.S. Air Force, which is located in Montana. It's an intercontinental ballistic missile unit headquartered at Malmstrom Air Force Base, Montana. Again, for those of you who don't know, those intercontinental ballistic missiles are what we deliver our nukes on. So it is a little bit of a big deal. We have our nukes in Montana and in the Dakotas, so I wouldn't put it past them floating this balloon into the Dakotas next. Katie Horton, thank you so much for tuning in this evening. It's a name I haven't seen in some time. Thank you much for stopping by and hanging out with us this evening. Bob F114, I believe your caps lock key is stuck in the on position. AP asks, do you think the Chinese are getting a live feed from the balloon, some kind of SATCOM? They're most likely getting a data stream from the balloon, I would imagine. Things like altitude, wind speeds, possibly, like electronics and signal surveillance data, etc. David Noble says, Nemico, plot twist, it's actually a Guinness record attempt for the largest gyozi Chinese dumpling gone terribly wrong. We'll never know. Unless we shoot it down. Gabriel says, "Hello, Nemico. Your voice is more excited compared to last year. Did you get divorced?" No. But tonight is Thursday Balloon Mania. And also the audio monitoring I'm using right now is like giving me like this really nice echo, like instant echo of my voice, and sounds like I'm like an announcer at a stadium right now. So I'm just kind of feeding into that. I'm using the infomercial voice this evening. Zay K47 says, "Throw an American flag at it." So some people in the chat were talking about the United States has unveiled a new intercontinental ballistic missile to carry its nuclear arsenal to replace its aging LGM-30G Minuteman III fleet as tensions and threats rise globally. He went on to say, that was posted by Rocket Man. Kind of ironic there. Rocket Man also said the TUS Air Force officially designated its ground-based strategic deterrent project as the LGM-35A Sentinel, which aims to replace the long-serving LGM-30G Minuteman III ICBMs. Very interesting. Rocketman says the LGM-35A Sentinels are being installed in those silos in Montana. That's interesting. I'm pretty sure it's been in just Montana. It came across the Canadian-U.S. border into Montana. I think it might also have crossed now into either Wyoming or South Dakota. I don't ask where they have launched it from. It was launched from China. It flew across into Alaska and down through Canada into the U.S. They've been tracking it since it took off. Joe Blown Wind says, "Why didn't Canada shoot it down?" Probably because the same reason that the United States hasn't shot it down. There is a reason. We don't know the particular reason at this time. But also, the U.S. doesn't, have a habit of just shooting stuff down over its own territory. I don't says, "I imagine the issue would be reliable recovery. A lot of those places can be very remote." Yeah, that's also true. Especially Montana. There's a lot of remote wilderness in Montana, and this time of year, I'm sure it's buried in snow, most of the region. Miss Tiger Eyes says Kayuka always misses the good stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure where he's at this evening. Looney Crow says, Roswell 1947, we shot down an air weather balloon. Yeah, that's right. That is right. But I don't suppose we'll be going down that rabbit hole this evening. Joe Blown Wind says, it's only 5:30 in Deutschland. Yeah, isn't Kayuka... Oh, is that 5:30 a.m. in Germany? Yes, it is. That's right. Troll asks, where is it? I just got here. We are currently tracking a a Chinese unmanned reconnaissance spy balloon, the size of 3 large school buses. Last seen over Montana, not too far from Billings. We think it might have crossed over the border into Wyoming or South Dakota, but we're still waiting for an update on its position. Crushing Pie, thank you so much. Posted a trajectory map as known at the moment in a situation room. I'm going to get that up on screen for us right now. So stand by for that, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Oh wow, it's from NORAD, or the North American Aerospace Defense Command and United States Northern Command. Let's take a look here, guys. Okay, so we got this, and we got this image as well. We'll get up on screen. Okay, can you guys see this? You can. Okay, cool. So on screen here, we are seeing the flight path of the balloon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and just to be clear here, okay, you see the path originate in China here. All right, it flew across the Pacific, up underneath Russia, Japan, into Alaska. So underneath Japan, underneath Russia here, into Alaska, down through Canada, and is in Montana, where it is currently. And its altitude has stayed pretty significant, sorry, pretty much the same, except towards the end here, it looks like it dipped off. I'm pretty sure this is measuring altitude here. I could be wrong on that one, though. But that's what our current flight track looks like here, guys. Let me get that. Hold on. I need to modify this so you guys can see this better. One moment here. Let's get this on screen a little better. Nice. Yeah, nice. Yeah, let's get this up here like this. Sweet. Yeah, let's go like this. Just bring it down. Bring it down right there. Okay. And let's go ahead and zoom out just a little bit so we can see. It. I'll go ahead and crop this a little better here. Sweet. So there you guys have it. That's our flight path. Thank you so much, Crushing Pie, for sending that over. We now have a flight path for you guys. So, again, the U.S. has been tracking this since it launched out of China. Yeah, Crushing Pie, you killing it tonight, man. Thank you so much. saving me some trouble here. I'm actually not actively looking. I was watching like for press releases and stuff coming from the U.S. here talking about it. I haven't been looking so much into the details here, but at least somebody's on task this evening. I'm too entranced in the live chat here. I'm reading everybody's comments and questions, so at least somebody is taking the initiative here this evening and getting us some data here. So again, it does indeed come from China, as you can see on the map here. It's a flight path started in what looks to be southwestern China. Sorry, northwestern China. Flew underneath the Sea of Japan there, up towards Alaska, down through Canada, and into Montana, where it is currently. I feel like I should replace this. I'm going to replace that screen. Oh, let's get this back up here. Come on, what are you doing? Let's get this screen. We're gonna put the flight radar. You know what? Actually, hold up. Let's put the flight radar up here on top, because we don't necessarily need the live map at the moment. The live universal awareness map. So let's go ahead and we'll put our air traffic radar up on that screen. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm gonna have to. Okay, so we got it here. Oh wait, where's the? We'll go. Let's do it this way. Okay. Yep. Okay, why is it not showing? There we go. There's ADSB. Okay, cool. All right, we got it up on screen now. Let's. There we go. All right, we have our radar here up on screen. Let's go like that. That'll work. Yeah, we don't need it that far. Okay, we'll do it like that. There we go. That should work for what we're trying to do here. And then go back here and turn it just to military flights. Keep our screen centered around Montana, Wyoming here. Okay, back to questions. Scroll back up here in the chat here. JW says, not sure if you saw my Twitch question, but wondering if it's being controlled now, pre-planned flight or free-floating now. It's probably autonomous, yeah, like a pre-planned flight path. Again, we don't have any more information, though. Crushing Pie says, we'll let you know when I find anything more, but gotta go to burger night soon. Dude, do not wait around for us. You head out. Burger night is extremely important. You cannot miss out on burger night. That would be a tragedy. You've already done enough here for us tonight, Crushing Pie. Thank you so much. That guy, 22105, says 2 Boeing P-8A Poseidon aircraft flying over Wyoming. Mario says, how do we know it's not weaponized? Well, it's most likely not weaponized, but we do not. We don't know that. I'm sure the U.S. military most likely does. Big Pep Hot Like Fire says, what data is that balloon collecting besides terrain? It's most likely also collecting signal intelligence. Signal intelligence, radar intelligence, and also visual reconnaissance as well, most likely. Raised Right says, this balloon ain't going nowhere with Nemico on it. You're dang right, Raised Right. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Crushing Pie says he posted a balloon, photo of the balloon. I had a really good one from earlier. Actually, that's the same one. It's the one we're using for the thumbnail for the stream this evening. I'm actually going to open that up in... Let me see here. We will replace this video here. Okay, we're gonna, bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, here is a picture of the suspect. On screen now is a picture of the suspect. So we now have visual identification of the balloon on screen. That's what it looks like. Hugo, thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Glad to see you in the chat. Ed Curvan says, I fail to understand why it has not been shot down. Well, Ed, welcome to the club. Again, for those of you that don't know, this balloon is the size of approximately 3 school buses. Okay, got to scroll back up in the chat here. I got lost. All right, so Randy says Canada's defense ministry states it is tracking a second potential spy balloon. I haven't seen any reports on that, but I will look into that. Yeah, Crushing Pie said the same thing. I'm going to look into that right now. See if we can get any reports on that. Yeah, I've seen some reports on Twitter that it's possibly tracking a second potential spy balloon, but it's hard to know for sure. Jeff B says there's a Boeing P-8A Poseidon in Montana right now that took off from Jacksonville, Florida. Chinese spy balloon in the chat says, "Don't track me, bros." Boeing P-8 is a recon plane. I'm pretty sure that is correct. Comically large net. Thank you to the thanks for tuning in this evening. Glad to see you. He says, "Chinese spy balloon. We will track you so I can get at your family." We now have a LARPing conflict going on in the live chat tonight between Chinese spy balloon and the comically large net. The citizen asked, so it came from where? It came from China. You can see on the map in your lower right-hand screen here, it originates in China, and again, that shows an entire flight path from China to where it is now. Last seen over Montana. Floyd says, "Bring it down." Quite a few people have recommended that tonight. Bring it down. Miss Tiger Eye asks, "Did Nemico just open a beer?" I opened a beer of the root variety. Something to moisten the palate. Surprised you heard that, actually, with the noise suppression. Johnny Arias said, "Where did that map come from?" It came from the NOAA, aka. One second here. Get you some more information. The North American Aerospace Defense Command. They actually have a statement here, which I can read off to you guys. The United States government has detected and is tracking a high-altitude surveillance balloon that is over the continental United States right now. The North American Aerospace Defense Command, also known as NORAD, continues to track and monitor it closely. The NORAD commander, General Glenn Van Herrick, assesses that the balloon does not present a military or physical threat to people on the ground at this time. The balloon is currently traveling at altitude well above commercial air traffic. Again, that's an immediate press release from the North American Aerospace Defense Command. Gary Stoven asked, does it have Made in China on it? Well, how do you know it is China's? Gary, if you refer to the map in the lower right-hand corner, you can see the flight path of the balloon. The U.S. government has been tracking the balloon since it took off in China. We know it originated from China and has flown all the way over here to the United States of America. Wouldn't that be a plot twist? Somebody in the chat said it's probably just some Chinese kid's a science project. That would be a hell of a plot twist. Human Scourge says, could this really be just some sort of distraction? Possibly. We talked about that a few times tonight. Again, it's kind of more so, most likely a show of force by China. A means of escalation. A means of intimidation. Mario with an excellent joke there says, Nemico, someone please call Tom Brady so we can get this deflated. That's a good one. Yeah, I believe we do have some activity on our radar screen over Wyoming. Empty call sign K35R is on screen here because that's Stratotanker. It's up at 24,000 feet, so it is at altitude currently, hanging around. Chinese spy balloon asks, am I being detained? Tina says it should be out of Montana by now. Yeah, we had heard some reports that it passed over the border into possibly Wyoming or South Dakota. However, we don't have any confirmation on that yet. We're still waiting for some more information to come in. Okay, question. Ms. Tiger Eye says, sorry if this was asked. Is this considered a declaration of war? No. No, it's in no way an attack. It's spying, though, which is pretty bad within itself. Panikius on Twitch says, whoa, 2 nights of On Messiah in a row. This is great. Well, I didn't expect Thursday night Balloon Mania to occur today, but here we are. I got an overwhelming flood of messages from people earlier demanding that I do a stream on the balloon. So we are here doing a stream on the balloon. Yeah, some people were saying, if they have those stratter tankers up and if they're doing holding patterns, and it's likely that there's some military aircraft in the air that they're refueling. That's possible. They could have maybe interceptor aircraft that are up there that they're refueling. Yeah, I've heard some reports here coming in that there's possibly a second spy balloon now that's being tracked over Canada. I'm still waiting to get confirmation on that, guys, so take that with a grain of salt. Randy says, love the stream, Nemico. Been here since the beginning. Thank you so much, Randy, for tuning in this evening. And as always, you bring a level of integrity to the stream every time we see you. Crushing Pie, again, coming in clutch here, says, forward trajectory for next day / few days in Situation Room. We'll take a look at that and get that up on screen for you guys. So here on screen now, we have the projected trajectory for the balloon. So it does look like it's passing through Wyoming before going in to South Dakota. So you can hear the projected path here. This is the NOAA high split model forward trajectory starting at 1200 UTC, 2nd of February 2023. And going on from there, this is the forecast here of where this balloon is going to go. And you can see I believe this is altitude as well, shown in the bottom portion. But this is where the balloon is. Basically, where we started tracking it earlier and where it's going in the future here. Again, thank you, Crushing Pie, for coming in clutch on that one once again. Citizen says, I can't seem to find anything on the second balloon. Yeah, I've seen some random posts people have sent me over, but I'm not seeing anything confirmed yet. So I like to wait until we have concrete confirmation on these sort of things. There we go, got that perfectly positioned. Looney Crow says, should the U.S. counter with our own weather balloon flyby? I think that would be an interesting show of force. Mario says, so is this now officially Balloon Gate? Possibly. Miss Tiger Eye says, hashtag BalloonGate 2023. MB says, lob the Goodyear blimp at Beijing just for giggles. We possibly will do that. Patty Wax says, just read an article, Nemico, that Canada is monitoring a second balloon. Yeah, I've seen a few of these posts, but I haven't seen anything confirmed by the Canadian government yet. If you do have anything, post it in the Situation Room. I'll take a look at it. We'll get it on screen for you guys. Bob F114 says, its projected path is where we had missile silos that were taken out after the Reagan nuclear deal with Russia, because I hauled out the last of the waste material from there in the mid-90s. Interesting. Randy asks, what's the Discord link? The Discord link is in the description of this live stream. If you scroll down and you look in the description there, it should be... Yeah. There's a thing that says join our Discord server. You can join it from that link there. Yeah, I implore any of you that would like to join the community and get access to our information channels over there on the Discord server to, of course, join the Discord server. You can find a link to that in the description below. Chinese spy balloon in the live chat just said, I'm carrying a payload of killer robots. They will be parachuting down shortly. Crushing Pie says, Nemico, all right. Time for burger night. I will PM you if I find anything while I'm out and about. No problem, Crushing Pie. Thank you so much for the information you did help us out with this evening. We're just kind of having a chill evening here. It's Thursday night Balloon Mania. Again, I thank everybody that's tuning in tonight. There's not too much information on this besides, that we know that there is this Chinese spy balloon. It's hovering over the U.S., and we're slowly kind of gathering together the intel on this live with you guys, as we, piece together this puzzle, so to speak. Crushing Pie, I hope your burger tastes good. I hope you have a good burger night. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening. David North says the flight path is over Whitman Air Force Base in Missouri. It's a B-2 bomber base. Interesting. Bob says, Nemico, have you caught any of the CNN news on YouTube over this balloon? I've watched some of the other mainstream reports from this evening. It's all basically the same stuff coming out of the Pentagon that they're re-reporting. Yes, so for all of you that are just tuning in, on screen is the projected flight path. We have two flight paths here. We have the, that's not what I'm looking for. That's the statement by NORAD. So here on screen is the flight path which it has taken to get here. Okay, started out in China, flew through Alaska, through Canada, and down to Montana. And this is its projected flight path over the next day or two here. Padoak says, Nemico, found the article on the second balloon. Will not open for me. Maybe because everyone is bombarding the website. Looks like it crashed. That's possible. Aries 106 says, why does it sound like this transmission is coming from Mars? You're actually hearing the sound, the soothing sound of shoreline beach waves coming from Taitung, Taiwan. You can see that camera in the top middle of your screen there. That is where that sound is coming from. If you would like me to mute that audio, we can put it to a vote. I'll do a poll real quick. We'll do a poll, guys, in the live chat here. Should I mute the background audio? Let me know. I'm putting that poll up right now. It is now live on the channel. Go ahead and vote in that poll, guys, to let me know if I should mute the background audio. It's actually it's already an overwhelming 60% no. People saying I enjoy the beach. Some of you like the audio. Ed Curvan says, I want to hear you crack your root beers. Well, when I get around to the next one, I'll make sure we have that on stream for you. Justin Summers says, Nemico, I watched your Ukraine stream and love what you do. Anything interesting you've caught from Ukraine footage lately? There has been a lot. Some of the clips we've gotten out of Bakhmut in the eastern regions of Ukraine recently, showing just the sheer level of destruction. I've done I did a few shorts showing some of the destruction there captured by drones. There was actually a video out of from a tank on the ground in the east of Ukraine, showing some of the destruction, some of those set towns and villages there. That, so far for me, has been the most interesting out of that footage. Just seeing the sheer level of destruction to come out of Ukraine, out of the war. We also saw some footage of the Russian Terminator armored vehicle. That was some interesting footage. We had heard rumors of them being on the ground in Ukraine, but hadn't seen any footage of them in use. And so this past week we got some footage of that. That was kind of interesting to see how that performs on the ground in Ukraine. Abram Avery says, Canadian Department of National Defense has released a statement on the second balloon. I'm going to look up right now. Yeah, I mean, I see some posts coming out about it. I'm not seeing anything directly from the Canadian Defense Ministry. Trying to find. Trying to track down their Twitter to see if they put a post up about it. So 1 hour ago, from the Canadian Armed Forces official Twitter, they put up a post saying high-altitude surveillance balloon was detected and its movements are being actively tracked by NORAD. Canadians are safe and Canada is taking steps to ensure the security of its airspace. I'm not sure if that's talking about the first balloon. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the first balloon or if that's the second balloon that they're talking about here. Again, I'm still trying to find some more information here. Some people are saying a second balloon has been spotted. Yeah, somebody said it's on their website, I believe. I'm actually looking at that right now. Yeah, if you guys have links, you can always post them over on the Discord in the Situation Room, and I can get those up on screen here for us. So, they do have a statement on that high-altitude surveillance balloon. I believe that's... Oh, wait, okay, no, okay, it says here. All right, so I do have confirmation, guys, from the Canadians here. All right, so, it says here, statement. February 2nd, 2023, Ottawa, Ontario, National Defence/Canadian Armed Forces. A high-altitude surveillance balloon was detected, and its movements are being actively tracked by NORAD. Canadians are safe, and Canada is taking steps to ensure its security of its airspace, including the monitoring of a potential second incident. Potential. All right, they're saying it's a potential second incident of another spy balloon here. NORAD, the Canadian Armed Forces, the Department of National Defence, and other partners have been assessing the situation and working in close coordination. Canada's intelligence agencies are working with the American partners and continue to take all necessary measures to safeguard Canada's sensitive information from foreign intelligence threats. We remain in frequent contact with our American allies as the situation develops. So again, there has been some confirmation of a possible second spy balloon now, guys. Big plot twist here. The second spy balloon this evening. Yeah, for all the reports that I'm reading off to you guys, for all these images of the flight paths, all this data can be found in the Situation Room channel over on the Discord server. A big shout out to Miss Tiger Eye, a moderator. Just posted a link in the live chat there for you guys. You can also find a link in the description below this live stream. Riley Castle says, Nemico, would this be considered direct conflict? No, I do not think so. This is spying, though, which is pretty significant within itself. The Works TCG asks, how do they know it's from China? For those of you just tuning in, we have this. Actually, let's close out of this one. We have this image here. This shows where it took off from. And how it got to Montana. So on this map, you can see at the top of the map where the red line starts, that's China. It then goes underneath the Sea of Japan, into Alaska, down through Canada, and into Montana. That's how it got here. If we go back to this map here, this shows the projected flight path for the spy balloon over the next 24 to 48 hours. Lily Scissorhead says, we now have 3 Poseidon 8s up. They are intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance planes. Interesting. All over the U.S., I take it then, eh? Chinese spy balloon in the live chat says, I am formally announcing I will not be flying over Texas. Demented Chaos says, I can't wait for a picture of the second balloon to be released so the second Chinese spy balloon channel can begin. As Snap Daily says, this is some 50s shit. I could agree. I can agree with that. This harkens right back to early Cold War or even World War II era. Panikia says, yes, more balloons and 24/7 Nemico marathons. Let's go. Seacow says, where is it projected to go? Seacow, on the screen on the on your right-hand side of the screen, you can see where it is projected to go, the flight path that is projected to take here. Again, currently it's over somewhere over Montana, Wyoming, South Dakota area, and over the next few days it'll be traveling down south below Illinois there, Missouri. Somebody said it should go right over a base in Missouri. Demented Chaos says the next Nemico stream intro montage is going to be 90% Chinese spy balloons. Possibly, if it keeps heading and keeps going in this direction. Carol C says, remember Balloon Boy? What if this is just a bigger Balloon Boy? Not the first time I've seen that joke made this evening, but it doesn't get old. Aries 106 says, I wonder if there's some good technology in that balloon. There most definitely is some pretty interesting reconnaissance hardware, possibly radar and some other communications hardware in that balloon. I would imagine some signal reconnaissance hardware in that balloon, no doubt. Abram Avery says if the second balloon is confirmed, If the second balloon is confirmed, I would think that the U.S. forces would respond somehow. Well, again, that second balloon is over Canada at this moment, from what we've heard. So there's 2 balloons now, guys. We do have confirmation. There's not just one spy balloon, but another one has been identified just in the past few hours here by the Canadians, and it is over Canada. LJ Boone says, Nemico, do you think Russia will use this for propaganda? Probably. Use everything they get for propaganda. Rogue Dog says, shoot it down. I feel like we're going to need a catchphrase. It's going to be the new channel's catchphrase. Shoot it down. We'll have to get some shoot it down t-shirts made up. And some made in China mugs. And some Chinese spy balloon hats. Joe Blown Win says, Trudeau, come on, yell A at it. No doubt that would have an effect. Due to Chaos says, but if the last balloon trajectory is anything to go by, it already went over Alaska. Yes, it's the second balloon is definitely in Canada's airspace. Carol C, thank you so much for joining the channel as a member. Thank you so much for the support. It means a lot. Helps me be able to do these things more often. Again, welcome to everybody that's tuning in this evening for Thursday Night Balloon Mayhem here on Nemico Network. A very unexpected stream. I didn't expect to be doing this evening. AP says, did flights over Washington, D.C. come to a stop? Flight radar looks very empty. No, so my flight radar is actually just showing military aircraft right now, not showing civilian aircraft, but it still looks like airspace is active. I'm looking here. It seems to be business as usual. Patty Whack with a great question asks, can we read or get any data from it, of any kind of information from it, break into the signal or jam it? I guarantee you the U.S. is doing just that as we speak. If there's any type of communications coming off the balloon, we're most likely either intercepting them or attempting to jam them. I would not doubt that at all. That might be why we don't need to shoot it down. We just let it run its course. Eventually, the balloon is going to crash land anyway. Okay, probably somewhere in the southern United States. Might make it down to the Gulf. Who knows? But it's going to come down by itself. So we might not need to shoot it down. All we might need to do is just jam its communications so that the Chinese can't get any data off of it. We could be doing that right as we speak. Miss Tiger Eye, yes, indeed, there is a second balloon now. We have confirmation from the Canadian government that there's a second Chinese spy balloon in the air tonight. Oh, we already have a second Chinese spy balloon YouTube account. Congratulations. So now we have 2, not 1, but 2 Chinese spy balloon accounts in the YouTube live chat this evening. I know it was only a matter of time before somebody got on that. Dan Lee asks a great question. What do you think? What do you reckon the objectives are of this spy balloon? Most likely a show of force, and intimidation, so to speak, from the Chinese. It could also be that they're actually trying to conduct a reconnaissance mission. That could be possible as well. Probing to see what our response would be. That's a big one. DD Duffy 60, we talked about this a few times on the show tonight. The reason they're using balloons is because it's cheaper and easier to maneuver than a satellite, amongst other reasons. Somebody says, how likely is a third balloon in the Pacific? It's possible. This Tiger says, what if it has an auto-deflate moment program? Maybe, possibly. It's more likely that eventually it will, it'll slowly deflate on its own and fall down to the earth. I mean, I don't know if you guys ever had like a helium balloon when you were a kid, and you'd wake up the next day and it was on the floor. You know what I mean? Like after a few days they kind of lose their buoyancy. It's the same thing with a balloon of this size. Eventually, it is going to come down. Yeah, my guess is it'll probably come down somewhere over U.S. territory, if not the Gulf of Mexico, maybe. I mean, from what the flight path looks like, maybe somewhere on the eastern seaboard. Monkey Pilot says, "How do we wait? How do we know it's Chinese? It's because we've tracked it from where it took off in China. We know where it came from. We saw it. We saw and tracked it on radar as it came out of China." Somebody asked where the balloon's located right now. We know one is somewhere over Canada. That's the second one, and the first one is somewhere over Wyoming or South Dakota at this time. I think some people asked to see the map of of its origin. You can see here on screen now. I've changed the map over. Here's the map of where the balloon started. Where the first, I got to say first balloon because we now have two. This is a map of where the first balloon started, where it originated and where it's heading. This is definitely going to be in next week's Intel report. Next week's weekly Intel report is going to have a whole segment on Chinese spy balloons now. Jimmy asks, should we be afraid? No. You should... Don't be afraid, Jimmy. I think we're okay. For now, we're okay. I would be concerned, but not afraid. Stay alert. Stay vigilant. Special Forces Horse, thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Glad to see you. Lotus K, you can check on the Canadian, the canada.ca/en/Department National Defense. It's on their, it's on the Canadian Department of National Defense website. They're talking about this second balloon that has been spotted over Canada. So there is confirmation on a second balloon. Alexei Bradley Malcolm says is looking to find military targets, possibly. Elijah, yes, there's a second balloon now, not just spotted, but confirmed to be over Canadian airspace. It's still, you know, a lot of people asking why haven't they shut it down? Why aren't they shooting these down? Again, there's a multitude of reasons we discussed on the show this evening, but your guess is as good as mine at this at this moment. We kind of don't know why they're not shooting them down. As I mentioned earlier, you know, eventually they will go down themselves, and they want to retrieve them intact. So shooting them down would, you know, might damage them, and it would be an escalation to China. But if you just jam the signals coming off of the spy balloons, so that China can't retrieve the data, and then just let the balloons fall to the ground themselves, which will happen inevitably, you can just go and retrieve them. No harm done. No escalation. That's probably why they haven't shot him down yet. Monkey Pilot asks, how long will it take for the balloon to go down? I'm not sure. Depends on the size of the balloon, the gas that they used inside it, the quality of the balloon itself, etc. Could be the next 24 hours. It could be a few days. It's hard to know. Brian W. asks, on Flight Radar 24, what is HBA L617? Your guess is as good as mine, Brian. We've been watching that aircraft for the majority of the night. There's no identification. I know it's it's most likely a U.S. military aircraft, but we're not sure what exactly it is. It could be a glitch as well. I mean, you see that sometimes, where, you know, the transponder just doesn't have enough information along with it. We can't see like what the aircraft type is, etc. Miss Tiger Eye asks, do we know anything about flights being canceled? I haven't seen any reports of flights being canceled yet. Might be something we will look into. I'm going to end that poll. Geez, 230 people of you voted in the live chat poll of should I mute the background audio, and an overwhelming 72% of you said that I should not mute the background audio. Only 28% of you wanted me to turn off the nice soothing waves and beach sounds coming out of Taitung, Taiwan. Well, I guess that about settles that. Riley Castle says, I haven't been this excited about a balloon since my baby's gender reveal. Pattywack says, the sound makes me feel like I'm in the balloon. Yeah, I know quite a few people have pointed out that the flight path oddly looks like a communist sickle. Indeed, it does. I'm pretty sure that's not intentional, but who knows? Kyle says Canadian Air Defense is tracking a second balloon heading to the U.S. mainland. Grow a pair, Joe. Shoot it down. I believe this is coming, the new catchphrase for this stream. Shoot it down, people are saying. Monkey Pilot says, plot twist, the Chinese spy balloon is just some teenagers trying to bypass the Chinese firewall to play Counter-Strike. Gadi says, is there any confirmation on where the balloon is now? We know it's somewhere over northern Wyoming, possibly already crossed over into South Dakota. We're waiting to get a further confirmation on that. We know that there is a second balloon now over Canada somewhere. We don't know where in Canada, what province it's over, but as soon as we have information on that, we will share it with you. Paddywhack asks what the speed of the balloon is. I wouldn't imagine it's going too fast. I don't have an exact speed, though, to report. I'm sure, though, NORAD probably posted that information somewhere. Riley asks, do we know if the second balloon is flying in the same path? It probably is flying a similar path, I would expect, yes. It might be off, by a few hundred miles or so. It could be within, a little bit of a range of the original flight path, but I would expect, to be probably following a similar flight path. However, I could be wrong on that. I'm not a balloon expert here, guys. I wish we had an expert, actually, a high-altitude balloon expert that we could call in on this to get some insight. Comically Large Net says, Nemico, I gotta go to bed. I got a comically large class tomorrow. That's for the great. Thanks for the great stream as always. Thank you so much, Comically Large Net, for tuning in this evening. It was awesome having you here, and we'll be here when you get back. Visions of Valkyrie says, send a drone up to pop it. Well, it's kind of hard to send a drone up to 60,000 feet. No quadcopter or rotor-based drones could fly that high. The air's too thin. Fixed-wing drone might be able to get up that high, but nothing that's commercially viable. You would need like a military drone to get up that high, and I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. Crushing Pie says, send up Forte 10. That would get the job done. Just send it on a collision course directly for the balloon. Take down both the balloon and our multi-million-dollar stealth reconnaissance aircraft. I guess you wouldn't call the RQ-4B a stealth aircraft. It's a unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. What we need here is just a good surface-to-air missile. Simply blow it out of the sky. But you can't do that, again, over population areas. So when you shoot down something so high, you know, at 60,000 feet, it's really hard to tell where it's going to land. Eduardo says, do we have an estimate on how large this thing is? It's about as large as 3 school buses. That's how big this thing is. Florgon333 says, did both balloons originate in China? Indeed, they did. Just Me says, if this happens all the time, why are they making a big deal out of this one? Just because of the war? Well, this doesn't happen all the time. It's actually pretty rare that this happens. It has happened in the past, but never a balloon of this size. Usually, you know, like they're smaller balloons. And so the reconnaissance package that's attached to beneath the balloon is quite large, and the balloon itself is quite large. And also, the reason this is interesting is because it comes at a time of heightened tensions between the U.S., Taiwan, and China over the recent past week or two. Also, it's significant because there's 2 of them now. We have 2 of these unmanned spy balloons. And so, again, it comes at a time of heightened tensions between China and the U.S., and that's what makes this different. Elijah Chandler says, do you suspect a 3rd balloon could exist? I wouldn't put it past him now to have sent a 3rd balloon. I don't think I'd ever be able to get to sleep tonight if there was a 3rd balloon. I'm going to feel like I'm going to wake up. There's going to be a half dozen of them. People are going to be sending me messages and stuff saying there's all these balloons. Mavidaita says, Nemico, what if it's EMP equipped? Not very likely. An EMP would have to be a nuke, okay? Because EMPs are basically high altitude bursts, nukes. So you send up a nuclear bomb into the upper stratosphere, or even low Earth orbit, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember exactly what the altitude is for an EMP, to use a nuke as an EMP. But I know it's pretty high up there. And so, first of all, a nuke is pretty dang heavy within itself. So carrying that with this balloon, I mean, possible. I would say it's very unlikely, if not impossible, that there's an EMP or any type of weapon system on this balloon. This is strictly for reconnaissance, it's for surveillance, etc. Yeah, as I said earlier in the stream, there's a lot better ways to deliver a weapon such as a nuke or an EMP blast than a balloon. You would use something like a missile, like a ballistic missile, or a hypersonic missile. Yeah, this is signals intelligence, this is visual reconnaissance, this is radar-based reconnaissance, etc. Eduardo Q says, are they trying to send a message? Yes, that's another reason why they're doing this. This is really like a show of force. This is a Chinese show of force that we're seeing here. They're also trying to probe and see how we would respond to something coming into our airspace. That's another big reason. Somebody said, what if it has the fungus from Last of Us? I don't think so. Good show, though. Good show. Good game. LJ Boone says it's China coming after all of your TikTok data. I think they already have that. I'm pretty sure they already have that. Chinese spy balloon in the live chat says, I dare you guys to shoot me down. Riley Castle, thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Glad to see you. The Citizen says, so my best friend is a higher up Air Force rank. He said he hadn't been briefed on this situation, but he did say he was warned to watch for China stuff. Interesting. LJ Boone asks, do you think Russia will use this for propaganda? Yeah, I think somebody asked this question earlier in the show, but yes, you never know. They like to use anything they can get their hands on for misinformation and propaganda. Maro Navarrete says, I have an unopened eggnog that expired January 22nd. Is it safe to drink? I don't know, but you could find out. You know, you could open it up and take a swig and then let us know in case anybody else has an expired eggnog in their fridge that's unopened. You know, then they would know then. But as William says, I probably wouldn't, though. Mavid Deada, again, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Glad to see you here, hanging out with us. Visions of Valkyrie says, find it interesting the U.S. mentions it now. When were these other China balloons? Years ago. And not during times of conflict. Not conflict, but heightened tensions, I should say, between the U.S. and China, which we are at today. Monkey Pilot says, what could China do if the U.S. shot it down? Well, China would know how we responded and how we shot it down. They would know how we responded to the incursion into the airspace. They would know that we shot it down. They would be able to use that for propaganda. They'd be able to use that as a means for escalation, possibly. Raised Right says, Bush Latte, Thirsty Thursday with Nemico Nation balloon bonding. Right on, Raised Right. Thank you so much for stopping by this evening. Yeah, we're having a Thursday night balloon mania here on Nemico Network. Mario says this is a Chinese gender reveal party gone wrong. Possibly. So I guess my mic was muted there for the past like 5 minutes of me talking to you guys. David Noble says, "What is your highest number of viewers for a live stream to date?" It was when we had the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant battle in Ukraine, when the Russians tried to take the nuclear power plant of Zaporizhia. We had, I think, anywhere between 25 and 30,000 people on the stream that night because it got picked up by some mainstream news outlets, and the senator of Florida retweeted us. Marco Rubio, I think his name is, retweeted the stream, and all of a sudden we had a ton of people coming because I think we were the only stream that had cameras from the power plant and had been watching the Russians proceed on this power plant, over the course of hours. And all of a sudden we started reporting on it, and I mean that was probably the craziest thing I'd seen. I think any of us had seen during the war was that battle. That was probably the most intense thing that we had watched on those CCTV cameras that we had access to. And then somebody said, Riley Castle asked, has the altitude of the balloon decreased or increased since the beginning of being spotted? I believe the NORAD maps actually have a little chart at the bottom of them that show the altitude increases and decreases. When it did get near Montana, when it did get into the U.S. territory, it did look like it decreased in altitude ever so slightly. But I could be mistaken on that and just reading the data wrong. But I'm pretty sure it did decrease in altitude ever so slightly when it reached U.S. territory. William says, "Oh, I thought the CIA finally got to you." Yeah, I accidentally had the microphone muted there, so I was taking a drink and forgot to turn it back on. So for 5 minutes or so, I was just talking into the nether and answering all of your guys' questions and comments here. Happens once in a while. These things happen. We now have balloon expert Trust Me in the live chat, who says, "You asked for an expert on balloons, and here I am. Some people never trust the science," says balloon expert Trust Me. Can't get enough of that. Anarchy1408 asks a great question. He says, "I thought spying meant that it was supposed to be hidden." And I mentioned earlier in the show, this was not meant to be hidden. This was meant to be seen. This is an intimidation tactic. This is a act of escalation, an act of intimidation, show of force. Balloon expert Trust Me says that would be what we in the balloon field call a balloon. Monkey Pilot asked, were there any fights picked up on the cameras of the Zaporizhia streams? Are there clips of it? You might be muted. When I'm not muted this time, thank God. But yeah, that whole night we streamed the battle, the entire battle. I mean, we watched artillery hitting the power plant buildings. We watched BMPs rolling up into with troops and stuff, and exchanges of gunfire for hours on end. This occurred, and it was pretty action packed. It was probably the most intense scenes I had seen out of Ukraine since we had started really following the war. Yeah, Monkey Pilot. I believe there were flares used at Zaporizhzhia. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, not sure if it was artillery we saw that night or if maybe mortar fire. I know there was definitely tank rounds coming inbound on the factory. Paddywhack says, isn't Blinken visiting China? I actually have not looked into that. I know House Speaker McCarthy is planning to visit Taiwan. So that's definitely been an escalatory move by the U.S., talking about sending McCarthy there to see Taiwan. And that's what's pissing China off right now the most, is that House Speaker is going to be going there to visit Taiwan soon. Very similar to how Nancy Pelosi went there last August. I don't know if you guys remember when we covered that. So yeah, I guess Blinken is scheduled to visit China soon. Yeah. Yeah, as Johnny Contract says in the live chat, yeah, indeed, there is a second balloon now, guys. Second spy balloon over Canada this evening. One over the U.S. currently, one over Canada. LJ Boone asks, how are we not able to track these balloons like planes? It's because planes have transponders. The balloons do not have transponders. The reason we can track like the aircraft on radar is because they have, transponder equipment that communicates with, air traffic control. Then that municipal data is passed to companies like ADS-B and Flight Radar 24, and then they display it on screen for us. Patty Whack with a pretty insightful theory here says maybe this is a warning before the visit, intimidation, a show of force pre-visit. Exactly. That's kind of what I've meant about kind of this show of force that I've been speaking of tonight. It's kind of a geopolitical thing more than anything, and yeah, it could be because of Anthony Blinken's visit, or it could be more likely because of the House Speaker's visit to Taiwan. They're doing a show of force, maybe to get the U.S. to second guess about sending over a delegation there, which we won't. We're going to send it over. We're going to send McCarthy and the House Speaker there to visit with Taiwan. Riley Castle asks, is there a possibility that they could be Russian-controlled but Chinese-made? I don't think so. They were launched from China. I don't see Russia having a reason as much as China to be. I mean, I don't know. That's hard to say. I don't think China and Russia are on that level of cooperation. I mean, I know they are cooperating. And they have gotten friendlier in recent months. But I don't think China and Russia are on that level of cooperation yet. At least I would hope not. LJ Boone says, are they high enough to get solar power even at night? I don't think so. It's probably, they are probably in the dark. But again, there's probably batteries on board that is holding charge. David says, imagine the outrage if it was ours over their airspace. Exactly. Especially Russia. Russia would just immediately shoot it down, actually, now that I think about it. But, yeah, China, they'd be freaking out. They would, you know, we wouldn't hear the end of it. Mario asks, so how long did it take for the balloon to get from China to the States? I believe 2 days, if I'm not mistaken. I know they've been tracking it for at least 48 hours. Mehmet says, hi, Nemico. Hey, Mehmet, how you doing? Thank you so much for stopping by tonight on Thursday Night Balloon Mayhem here on Nemico Network. Tonight, we're talking about balloons. So we've been streaming here. Thursday Night Balloon Mayhem has been going for almost 5 hours. We have been streaming Thursday Night Balloon Mayhem here on Nemico Network. TA asks, how long was it up there before it was detected? I'm pretty sure the U.S. had been tracking it since it came out of China, but they just publicly released that information to us, the public, this evening. Oh, yeah, I guess it's Friday morning now. What am I talking about? It's Friday morning, Balloon Mayhem. Not Thursday night. We're now into Friday. David asks, how far up is it? 60,000 feet approximately. Yeah, that's 60,000 feet. The temperature tonight at the studio, guys, is -5 degrees Fahrenheit. It is chilly here in the northern United States this evening. The Works TCG says -11 there. Well, I guess you got me beat there. Yeah, it does look like it's going to get colder, somebody said. I was looking at the forecast here. Shenanigans, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Says, so glad you're back, bro. I'm glad to have you back, Shenanigans. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Somebody asked, where over the U.S. is it located? Well, to be clear, we have 2 spy balloons we are now tracking. Not just 1, but 2. The main one, the first one, is somewhere over either Wyoming or South Dakota at this time. I would say it's probably now over South Dakota. It's moving in a southeasterly direction. On screen, in the lower right, you're seeing the flight path it has taken to get here from China. And we also have a projected flight path for the next few days of where it's going to fly. Molly Milligan says it's -27 here in northern Minnesota. That sounds pretty dang chilly. LJ Boone asks, check the flight radar for Midwest. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it. There's quite a few aircraft over the U.S. that we've been keeping an eye on this evening. Most not related to our U.S. spy balloon here, but a few are of significance. Now, a few of you asked to hear when I cracked my next root beer. However, ran out of root beer, so we're gonna have to resort to ginger ale. Ah, satisfying. Somebody asked current location of the spy balloon. Presumed to be somewhere over eastern Wyoming or western South Dakota. Lacked Puppet says, what kind of ginger ale? It's a Verner's. Special Forces Horse said, Nemico, that sounded so refreshing. It was refreshing. After talking for 5 hours straight, it is definitely refreshing. I know a bunch of people have been saying in the chat tonight, like talking about the Pixar movie, Up. As Tiger Eye just said, I don't know why I keep thinking of that movie, but I thought of it too earlier this evening. Earlier I posted a GIF in the Discord, and I was looking for the Up GIF from the Up movie, but I wasn't able to find one, so I opted for something else. So, there's two people in the live chat that say that they are that they live near Hill or Air Force Base in Utah. Two separate people I've seen now in the chat saying that they've heard more military aircraft take off this evening than usual. Interesting. Schemo says Hill Air Force Base usually warns the public before night training. Since there's not been an announcement, this activity is very uncommon. Why, yes, I can, Miss Tiger Eye. So for new people joining, just to recap on what's going on this evening, the United States, some time ago, announced, earlier this evening, they announced that they've been tracking a unmanned, quite large Chinese spy balloon. Okay, on screen in the lower right is a flight track of where the balloon originated and the flight path it took to get to the United States. It entered over the border of Canada into Montana, where we picked it up on stream earlier when the stream started. It was around Billings. It had been reported right about around Billings. It was near the 341st Missile Wing Division, which is stationed in Montana. It was over some of their military installations. It then proceeded to go over the border into Wyoming, and then now it's presumed to be in South Dakota. On screen here is a projected flight path of where it's going to be heading in the next 48 hours or so. To those asking, no, this is not visible to the naked eye, especially at nighttime. Possibly during the day, but definitely not at night. It's flying around 60,000 feet in the air. It's reported to be as large as 3 school buses in size, the balloon itself. It's carrying a pretty massive payload beneath it, made up of electronic signal surveillance and reconnaissance hardware, etc. And about an hour ago, we got reports that the Canadians are tracking now a second reconnaissance balloon. Elijah asked, Nemico, is your tongue swelling up? No, I'm sorry, I had some food in my mouth there. They are tracking now a second balloon. There is truth to the story of the second balloon, Chris. It has been confirmed by the Canadian Department of National Defense. I will read you the statement now. February 2nd, 2023, Ottawa, Ontario, National Defense / the Canadian Armed Forces. A high-altitude surveillance balloon was detected and its movements are being actively tracked by NORAD. Canadians are safe and Canada is taking steps to ensure the security of its airspace, including the monitoring of a potential second balloon. NORAD, the Canadian Armed Forces, the Department of National Defense and other partners have been assessing the situation and working in close coordination. Canada's intelligence agencies are working with American partners and continue to take all necessary measures to safeguard Canada's sensitive information from foreign intelligence threats. We remain in frequent contact with our American allies as the situation develops. So that's kind of an update for you guys on everything that's been going down this evening for those of you just joining. Shenanigans asked, do we know the flight path of the second balloon? We do not, but it's assumed to be a very similar flight path to what we see with the first balloon. Pattywack says, Nemico, CNN just reported the connection with the balloons and the Blinken visit. That's interesting. I'll have to take a look at that here shortly. See if they've uploaded anything or posted anything about that. Jaden says, have the Chinese responded to this at all? I don't believe we have any response from the Chinese as of now. Okay, so I have a few reports to read to you here. Just give me a moment. Ray Hasu says, wait, where is China deploying the balloon? I'm Taiwanese, by the way. Well, thank you so much for tuning in, Ray. They've deployed the balloon. It was launched out of China and then flew under the Sea of Japan across to Alaska, into Canada, and then down through Canada into the United States, where across the border into Montana. There's a second balloon, by the way, now, so... Shenanigans says, so how do we know its flight path? Because NORAD has been tracking it on radar. If you look here on screen, I have the flight... So in the lower left part, or sorry, lower right part of the screen now is the trajectory that they've mapped out of this balloon since it launched in China. This is the exact flight path it has taken. They have this information from radar. Paddywhack, I actually found the article, so you don't need to link it. I already have it. I already have it here. I'm going to read it off to you guys here in just one moment. Shenanigans asks, no, where will it go next? We have this map here, which again, using computer simulation, computer simulation and like weather reports. So like basically using meteorological data, they could tell where the balloon is going to continue on its projected flight path. That's what you see here on screen now in the lower right. Okay, so first of all, I have the article by CNN that was posted 3 hours ago. It's titled, Balloon Drama is the Worst Possible Lead-Up to the Expected Blinken Visit to China. From CNN here. It's hard to imagine a worse warm-up for Secretary of State Anthony Blinken's critical talks in Beijing, which are expected in the next few days, than the news that a suspected Chinese spy balloon is floating merrily across the United States. The Pentagon says it's been tracking the balloon, the size of 3 school buses, according to a defense official, for several days, but made the decision not to shoot it down. It reasoned that the balloon was wafting well above commercial and military air lanes, and that it was not a huge intelligence threat. This seems a reasonable position since Chinese surveillance satellites with a far greater capacity for espionage are known to hover in space over the U.S., and officials said it's not the first time the U.S. has tracked one of Beijing's balloons during this and previous administrations. This is hardly a DEFCON 1 situation, but the balloon offers a perfect glimpse into one of the most destructive factors driving the US and China towards confrontation. The politics of the world's most critical geopolitical relationship are so torqued in both countries that any incident can set off a new round of recriminations. That's what Blinken is. What Blinken is traveling to Beijing to address. Washington is already in an uproar. They go on to give some other political stuff here. They also mention here House Republican Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who has already warned China this week that it cannot stop him from visiting Taiwan if he wants, demanding a briefing about the balloon for the Gang of 8 congressional leaders. He demanded a briefing about the balloon for the Gang of 8 congressional leaders. Okay. Another quote here saying, I believe this is from Kevin McCarthy, I believe, who said this. China's brazen disregard for U.S. sovereignty is a destabilizing action that must be addressed, and President Biden cannot be silent. Information strongly suggests the Defense Department failed to act with urgency in responding to this airspace incursion by a high-altitude surveillance balloon. No incursion should be ignored and should be dealt with appropriately, said Mississippi Senator Roger Wicker, the top Republican on the Senate Armed Services Committee. So there you have it, folks. So next up, I have an article by The Guardian, just talks about the spy balloons a little bit, so I'll read some of that. Again, this is not a new technology. This is a technology that's been around for quite a while. This is a pretty old technology. It's just some new tech strapped to the bottom of these balloons. On Thursday, the Pentagon said it was tracking a Chinese spy balloon flying across the U.S. They may not hold the same intrigue, such as a buttonhole camera or arsenic hidden in a tooth, but spy balloons have been used for centuries, and experts say their use is likely to increase in the future. What happened above the U.S. on Friday? A suspected Chinese spy balloon has been flying over the United States for a couple of days, U.S. officials said, ahead of a planned trip to Beijing by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Fighter jets were readied, but military leaders advised President Joe Biden against shooting the balloon out of the sky for fear debris could pose a safety threat, advice Biden accepted. The Pentagon said in a statement the balloon is currently traveling at an altitude well above commercial air traffic and does not present a military or physical threat to people on the ground. Later on Thursday, Canada's National Defence released a statement saying it was monitoring a potential second balloon. What are spy balloons? A spy balloon is a piece of spying equipment, for example, a camera suspended beneath a balloon that floats above a given area, carried by wind currents. The equipment attached to balloons may include radar and be solar powered. Balloons typically operate at 24,000 meters to 37,000 meters, so around 80,000 to 120,000 feet, well above the commercial air traffic flights. Airliners almost never fly higher than 12,000 meters. Why use spy balloons rather than satellites? For the last few decades, satellites were the answer, for intelligence gathering. But now that lasers or kinetic weapons are being invented to target satellites, there's a resurgence of interest in balloons for reconnaissance. They don't offer the same level of persistent surveillance as satellites, but are easier to retrieve and much cheaper to launch. To send a satellite into space, you need a space launcher, a piece of equipment that typically costs hundreds of millions of dollars. Balloon can also scan more territory from a lower altitude and spend more time over a given area because they move more slowly than satellites, according to a 2009 report to the U.S. Air Force's Air Command and Staff College. When were they first used? Spy balloons were first used in the 1860s during the American Civil War when the Union men in hot air balloons, binoculars at the ready, would try to gather information about Confederate activity further away. They sent signals back via Morse code or a piece of paper tied to a stone. The U.S. has revived the idea in recent years, but has tended to use balloons only on U.S. territory. Over somebody else's atmosphere, you are required to seek permission. Or if you're going to do it without permission, then expect that it won't be well received, aka it'll probably be shot down. The Pentagon itself said in its short statement on Friday that instances of this kind of balloon activity have been observed previously over the past several years. Craig Singleton, a China expert of the Foundation of Defense of Democracies, told Reuters that such balloons had been widely used by the U.S. and Soviet Union during the Cold War and were a low-cost intelligence gathering method. Why is China doing this? Blackslund thinks it's unlikely that the Chinese weren't expecting to be caught. Being caught was probably the goal. With two outcomes in mind. The first reason the balloon was launched, he believes, was to embarrass the U.S., and all the better if it captured some intelligence along the way. Quote, "It's hard to think how they could have thought it wouldn't have been detected. American airspace is so closely studied by the U.S. Civil Aviation Authorities, by the U.S. Air Force, by the U.S. Space Force, the weather networks. It's extremely scrutinized airspace," he says. The second reason is to make the U.S. aware of the fact that China has been secretly keeping up with its technology and replicating it. Quote here saying Chinese security agencies are masterful at copycat behavior. They're very good at establishing what technology is and then seeking to replicate it. It's a case of, quote, anything you can do, we can do better. And it's, quote, just the tip of the iceberg. China's spying happens on an industrial scale with small bits of intelligence gathered and transmitted in countless ways. Together, these form detailed pictures. So again, it goes on to give some other, details and stuff about Chinese spycraft, etc. But that's basically the gist of it there. Somebody asked what DEF CON we're at. It's kind of hard to know that. There is some public monitoring of the potential, like estimations of what our DEF CON level is at, but the actual DEF CON level is not something that is publicly available knowledge. My guess would be 2. Maybe 3 or 2. David Noble says on Flight Radar 24 over South Dakota has been closed. It's most likely that there's no aircraft over South Dakota at this hour. It is again 2 a.m. in the morning. Or would it be 1 a.m. in South Dakota? I think it'd be 1 a.m. in South Dakota because they're on Central Time, I believe. Maverick asked what the white noise is supposed to be. It's actually the audio coming out of Taitung, Taiwan. The camera at the top of the screen showing the ocean there. You're hearing waves. You're hearing the calming, soothing beach noises coming from the beaches of Taitung. Justin B., thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Indeed, we are back. We have been back for some time now, since about New Year's. It's about a month we've been back doing reports. Make sure to check out the new videos and stuff that we posted on the channel. And a lot of hard work been going into the weekly reports and some of the other videos we've been working on. Speedy Scroll, that's an excellent question. I've been keeping an eye on things in Taiwan this evening. Nothing too crazy to report. I'll check the Taiwan MOD Twitter real quick. The Ministry of Defense Twitter for Taiwan. I'll read you guys some reports from them this evening. So first report from the Ministry of Defense comes from 5 hours ago. It says 14 PLA aircraft and 4 PLA Navy vessels around Taiwan were detected by 6 a.m. UTC today. ROC Armed Forces have monitored the situation and tasked CIP aircraft, Navy vessels, and land-based missile systems to respond to these activities. 5 hours ago, it also says 5 of the detected aircraft, Su-30, J-16, 2, and the J-11, two J-16s and two J-11s had crossed the median line of the Taiwan Strait and entered Taiwan's southwest air defense identification zone. Yesterday, there was 23 PLA aircraft and 4 PLA Navy vessels. Ray asks, are you in Taiwan? I am not currently in Taiwan. I'm currently tuning in from the northeastern seaboard of the United States. Cree's Crazy Life says Northeast Oregon Mountains is where they're tuning in from this evening. Ray's Right says Western Illinois. Nice White Rice says, is it possible this might land in the United States? Yes. Yes, it is possible. Shenanigans says, Nemico is probably reading our conversation like WTF is going on here. Yes. In my silence, I'm literally reading every single thing you guys are saying. The Works TCG says, ever since this balloon, stocks have been pumping. Let's praise the balloon, he says. Miss Tiger Eye says, helium stocks? That's a good one. I wonder what the altitude on the Stinger missile is. Like on a Stinger, you know, like a Stinger manpad, you know, ground-launched air defense missile. I wonder what the maximum altitude on one of those is and if it could hit this balloon. I don't think it could, because I think it needs an exhaust signature, I'm pretty sure, for a Stinger, if I'm not mistaken. Probably not high enough altitude, yeah. It can hit targets flying as high as 11,500 feet. So, yep, we're about 50,000 feet short on that one. And William says Stinger is IR, so yeah, it would need like an exhaust signature, I'm pretty sure. Some kind of heat signature to be able to lock onto either way. Nice White Rice says that that bottom left picture looks like the Death Star. That's no balloon. That's a Death Star. Or wait, no, does he say that's a space station? Lily says all the surveillance planes in the northwest have went off radar. Does anyone know why ADS-B exchange doesn't show Canada? I think maybe it's just because they don't have coverage over Canadian airspace, commercial airspace. I'm not sure. But yeah, not a single aircraft over Canada. That's a good question. I actually never noticed that. Yes, Tina, and for anybody else tuning in, there is a second surveillance balloon now. We now have not just one Chinese spy balloon in the North American airspace, but we have two. There's another one that's been reported in the past few hours here. Dead asks, Nemico, when are you doing the next update on Ukraine? Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a weekly intelligence report, which is about 2 to 3 hours long. It's a big live stream. I come on and I cover everything that's been going on over the course of the week in Ukraine. And not just Ukraine, but we cover China, Taiwan. We cover, things that are going on in Europe, the Middle East, etc. All global security issues I cover in those intelligence reports. It's every Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over on the channel. So make sure you're subscribed for that. And I also, I've been weekly releasing other videos covering both the Ukrainian conflict and other subjects. China, Taiwan, stuff that's been going on in Iran as well. And then we've also been posting short clips that are taken from those live reports. Because I know not everybody has time to watch the 3-hour-long reports. So we do a 10-minute long summary video for each of those reports, as well as we post shorts of certain topics of significance from those. But I have a whole bunch of videos that are in the works for you guys. There's one I'm working on right now. It's about trolls and misinformation accounts, Russian bots, and things like that. I'll be releasing that one hopefully either this week or early next week. And I have a few other videos. We have a yearly kind of recap video. We have actually a few of them that have been in the works here since the launch of Russia's full-scale invasion on Ukraine last year in February. So it'll be marking the one-year anniversary coming up here the 24th of February. So we want to get those yearly recap videos out to you guys. I have a few of them. I have one dedicated to kind of the channel and stuff. I have another dedicated to events from the war, and as well as a few others. Just kind of go through some of the things that we've done and some of the things that have happened here on the channel since the start of that full-scale invasion in Ukraine. Smoky Places to Go says, start chanting, shoot it down. Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the new catchphrase here. Shoot it down. Crushing Pie, I hope your burger night went well, is back in live chat and says 2 E3Bs up, 1 in Kansas and 1 over Oklahoma City. That is interesting. Thank you so much for that information, Crushing Pie. A few of you that are keeping an eye on air traffic radar tonight over the U.S. and have been feeding me a constant stream of updates here, and I highly appreciate those because they are pretty insightful. You know, I mean, we all have access to ADS-B and Flight Radar, but it's hard to track all of these different flights as they're coming up and, you know, getting on screen here, especially while I'm trying to read comments and stuff and answer people's questions. Crushing Pie said he had some loading fries as well. Those sound pretty dang good. Brian Harrell says, somebody please source there are 2. Link, please. Brian, if you go to the Canadian National Defense, I believe it is, Canadian National Defense website. Yeah, canada.ca/en/Department National Defense. You go to that website, and you will find a press release where they mention that there is a second balloon that they are tracking. Disciplinary Sage 9 says, yeah, send up the counter balloons. Miss Tiger Eye says, do we have the link on the Situation Room? I don't know if I posted it there, but I guess I could post it there now. I probably would have been smart to do that earlier. Here we go. Statement on high altitude surveillance balloon. I am now posting it to the Situation Room, and just for the hell of it, I'm going to post it in the live chat so you guys can take a look at this. So here, guys, is the press release from the Canadian Department of National Defense where they mention the sighting of a second surveillance balloon. They said their wording was including the monitoring of a potential second incident, basically referring to a second a second spy balloon, and not drone. I think I might have said drone the first time there, but yeah, spy balloon. Kamba Paleo says, pop the damn thing already. Jeff B says, Nemico, when are you doing a face reveal at 100,000 subscribers? $2K Pounder says, so if it was Chinese fighter planes or bombers, would we just let them fly over? No, we would most definitely not let them fly over U.S. airspace. Speedy Squirrel, I can't answer that question. That is classified. Brian Harrell, it does. If you scroll down in the statement, in the second paragraph of the statement, in fact, I can read it off to you guys right now. February 2nd, 2023, Ottawa, Ontario, National Defence / Canadian Armed Forces. A high-altitude surveillance balloon was detected, and its movements are being actively tracked by NORAD. Canadians are safe, and Canada is taking steps to ensure the security of its airspace, including the monitoring of a potential second incident, meaning 2 spy balloons. I didn't see anything about Kansas there. I don't know where you got that information from. It's currently over, the first spy balloon is currently over South Dakota. Passed through Wyoming into South Dakota. It's most likely still in South Dakota airspace. If not, it's passed already into Nebraska. We have not gotten an update on its location. However, it's thought to be either in South Dakota or Nebraska at this hour. The second balloon, still unknown as to the location. Maverick Jones, that is classified information, unable to give out that information. Brian Harrell says, thank you, Nemico, making an appointment for the eye doctor now. Well, Brian, no problem. I actually had missed that wording when I read that the first time. I didn't see that mention, and then I had to go. Somebody told me that it was there. I had to go back and reread it. So I also missed it the first time I read it. I just kind of skipped right over it. I feel like they worded it that way to reduce panic of people. They're like, you know, if we just go out and say, okay, all of a sudden there's 2 Chinese spy balloons hours later after they announced the first one. But by morning, I'm sure we will hear more about this second balloon. We're not sure, Maverick, as to the payload on the second balloon, but it's thought probably to be kind of the same package that the first balloon had. It's also believed that they probably have a similar flight path from what I've been hearing. Somebody said, what if it, just happened? Imagine if it popped and fell to Earth over some random city, landed in your yard. If it landed in my yard, I'd keep it, first of all. Not every day, you get some parts and pieces from a Chinese spy balloon. Patty Wax says, Nemico, Miss Tiger Eye, and the chat, it's bedtime. I will continue to listen on TV, but I need to put the phone away. Only using one eye now, but that's the dedication, LOL. Sleeping to Nemico in the background. Well, thank you so much, Patty Wack, for tuning in this evening. Glad to have you along with us here. We're going to continue on, but we shall see you on the flip side. Katlenberg is tuning in. Been a while, I think, since we've seen Katlenberg tuning in. How are you doing? Glad to have you on tonight for Thursday night / Friday morning Balloon Mania here on Nemico Network. We're talking about balloons tonight. Bernard Rubin asks, Nemico, do you have a flask of coffee at the ready? Unfortunately, no. I do not drink caffeine. Nemico with the mispronounce as usual. What did I mispronounce? Did I mispronounce somebody? If I did, please let me know. I have a habit of it. Catlinburg, good to hear. Mevidieta says, Nemico thrives on the pure energy of pure intelligence. Bottle that up in a flask. Maverick Jones asks, how do you function with no caffeine? Open source intelligence data. Straight to the veins. Jeff B says, we're being invaded by balloons. We're being invaded by balloons. LJ Poot says, hey, root beer has caffeine. Not A&W root beer. Actually, most root beer here in the States doesn't have caffeine. William says it's literally a weather balloon. Unfortunately, it's not a weather balloon. This is definitely a reconnaissance balloon, but it's the same balloon technology as you would use for a weather balloon. So like the balloon itself, but it's much larger than your typical weather balloon. This balloon is the size of 3 school buses. To put that in perspective for you, your normal weather balloon is the size of probably a quarter of a school bus. William says, Nemico mainlining OSINT. You're damn right. Jeff B says, y'all seen Red Dawn? This is how it started. I don't think they sent balloons in Red Dawn, did they? If so, I'll have to go back and watch that. Maverick says, Nemico, you took me as a mug drinker. Thought you would have been smart enough to choose the superior drink. Hey, Maverick, you are 100% right. I am actually a mug root beer drinker. However, when I went to the store last to get root beer, they did not have mug, and they only had the mini cans of A&W, and so I had to go with A&W. But trust me, mug is the superior root beer. It goes in order of quality. You have Barks at the lowest point on the root beer pyramid. You then have A&W, and then mug is on the tippity top of the root beer pyramid. Screen Scroll says the original Red Dawn, it was parachutes. I've seen both of the movies, I believe. It's been a bit since I think I've seen the older one, though. Light Fox MTG says Barks is caffeinated. Yeah, I don't usually drink. I think I've never drank at Barks. I only drink either A&W or mug. Miss Tiger Eye says, Nemico, it's Shenanigans' birthday. Well, happy birthday to you, Shenanigans. Thank you so much for spending your birthday with us here on the live stream. Maverick Jones says, Nemico confirmed shitposting status level 10,000. Right on, man. The sky's the limit from here. No pun intended. Abram Avery says, totally agree. Mug has the perfect amount of carbonation and syrup. Top of the line root beer. So good when it's cold. When it's just ice cold. David Noble says, Nemico, have you tried St. Arnold's? I have not. Sounds pretty dang good, though. Catlinberg asks, are we sure it isn't a North Korean balloon? We are sure. So, Kat, if you look on the screen here, there. Okay, so here we have a map of the flight path of the balloon. You can see it took off in China at the top of the image. Again, we're looking in the lower right part of the screen here on that part of the layout. At the top of that map where you see the red line, that's where they took off in China. They then flew past Japan, up into Alaska, down through Canada, and into the United States. We know it's Chinese because we saw where it came from. We've been watching it since it took off out of China. Nap Daily says, Nemico, one of these astronomy guys with a huge telescope needs to get some close-up pics of the balloon payload. Would be interesting to see what it's got. I 100% agree. Kind of hard to do it at nighttime, though. We got to wait till daytime to get some pictures of it. And it's just been publicly announced last evening. So, like literally 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago is when they announced this. So, nobody's had a chance to get eyes on with the telescope yet. CubeCast says it probably won't matter if they shoot it down at this point. It's been here for days, transmitting data back to China. As I mentioned earlier in the show, if it's transmitting data, we're most likely either at least intercepting that data or trying to jam its communications. That's possible as well. However, as I've talked about before, we don't need to shoot it down. All we need to do is wait for it to land. It's going to land somewhere over the U.S. or in the Gulf. All they need to do is wait for it to land. We don't need to shoot it down, you know, especially if we are jamming its communications. Ms. Tartar says, when will the NOAA model update? Probably by tomorrow sometime, if at all. Those, I would imagine that those models are pretty accurate. Jeff B asked, did anyone see the press release from the DoD? I was speaking about it earlier on the show. It's basically the same information we've seen repeated across all news media this evening. Katie Horton says, I'm heading out, gang. I'll tune in tomorrow again to get eyes checked night Nemico. Thank you so much, Katie, for tuning in this evening. Thank you for spending some time out of your day to get caught up on everything balloon. Some people saying you could tow the balloon. I don't think that's possible. At the altitudes we're talking about here, the speed of most aircraft compared to the balloon, you can't get a helicopter up that far. It just doesn't work. Your rotors aren't able to produce lift at that altitude. Maverick Jones, thank you so much for the super chat and supporting the channel. It's highly appreciated. Love having you, man. I hope we see you back here more often. Nap Daily says, Nemico, last time the nation was paying attention to a balloon like this, we all thought a boy was inside. I remember. I was pretty young when that happened, actually. I remember seeing that on the news, though. Maverick Jones says this donation will go to your next mug purchase. Well, damn right it will. You get a whole 12-pack. Have to have something to drink while I'm giving the live streams. LJ Boone says, so Nemico, talk of sign my rocket, chances of a bigger boom. Well, we're doing the 155mm artillery shell. That's going to be the first one. I might do another fundraiser, but we got to see how the first one goes. We've reached our cap. We got to get all that processed, and then we can get the actual video sent over of the artillery round being fired. We'll see how that all goes, and we might decide to do another one. Another video, but we'll have to see how this first one goes because it's not over yet. But I'm extremely excited to show you guys that video and include that in our new live stream intro for the weekly reports going forward. It's gonna be good fun. I'll be putting out a live chat, or sorry, not a live chat, a poll, either on one of the live streams or I'll do it like on the community section of the YouTube channel. I'll do a community poll and ask. I'll have like a few different options of what the message should be that goes on that 155mm artillery shell, and we'll take a vote on what message will be written on there. Yeah, the EMP chat is just relentless this evening. We've discussed the EMP topic so many times over the past 6 hours. Special Force Horse, good to see you as well. It says, be safe and see you all later from New Zealand. Well, Special Force Horse, I hope you have yourself a good rest of your evening or day. I'm not sure what time it is there in New Zealand, but make sure you get your Marmite in, or is it Vegemite there in New Zealand? I think it's Marmite. Yeah. Get your Marmite in, your Marmite and toast, and have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. Speedy Squirrel, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, please use to have some tacos at Chili's. I will definitely do that, Speedy Squirrel. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. I don't think I have a Chili's here. I'd have to drive to get to Chili's. But I'll definitely put it towards some tacos. By far my favorite food. I would be interested to know if you guys have some good taco places down there in the UAE. I had a buddy from the UAE. I don't remember him ever mentioning anything about good restaurants there. But I imagine you guys have some pretty good spots to get a taco. Me Too says, hello, just turned back in. Any new updates on how many there are? There's 2, Me Too. We now have 2 balloons that we are tracking. 60,000 feet. Still waiting to get more information on the second balloon over Canada. Rohan Hart says, I've been watching you since the Pentagon said Russia will invade Ukraine. Man's on the grind. Yeah, I mean, a lot of you, if you don't remember, we started doing these streams before Russia actually invaded Ukraine. We were here before and as the invasion took place. Swedish Girl says, Nemico, you need to move. Chili's is amazing. I'm going to Chili's today. So you have a Chili's in the UAE. No way. That's crazy. Yeah, I've seen the commercials on TV ever since I was a kid. Miss Tiger says Chili's is Speed's favorite restaurant. That's awesome. Yeah, I should find out where the nearest one is to me You know, I'm actually going to look that up. A Chili's near me. The closest Chili's to me is the closest Chili's to me is a 210-mile drive. Like 4 hours away. So, we'll see how that goes. LJ Boone, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, sign my rocket, bigger boom. Thank you so much for that, LJ Boone. We'll definitely have to see how that goes as for getting a new Sign My Rocket fundraiser set up. Somebody says the balloon is spreading global warming. Well, that's definitely one of the most interesting theories I've seen this evening. Shenanigans says they would never be able to get able to land here. They would have to go through Canada or South America first to get to us. Well, they did go through Canada with the balloon, as you can see on the map that I'm showing on screen in the lower right-hand corner. Speedy Squirrel says, Nemico, I invite you to Dubai, and I shall bring you to 10 different chilies we have here. You guys have 10 different chilies. That is insane. That is a lot of Chili's restaurants. Ms. Tiger Eye says, I love my local Louisiana places. I bet the food down there is amazing. I've never even heard of Raising Cane. Shenanigans says, I was talking about Russia invading. I don't think that would occur. Their military has been severely hampered by, hindered, I should say, by the war in Ukraine. They would have to get through NATO as well. Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, I guess if they came down through Canada, but they'd have to get through Canada and, yeah, I mean, and NATO before they got to us here in the United States. Again, that scenario is very likely not to happen at any point. Rohan Hart says, greetings from Australia, down under. Thank you so much, Rohan, for tuning in this evening. Glad to have you. John Echo, good day to you as well. Says, all this seems very interesting. It is, and that's why we're here discussing it this evening. We've actually been discussing it now for over 6 hours. That's how long this, it literally just went by like nothing. I sat down, my phone had been bombarded. People were like, you got to get a stream up about this balloon. You got to start streaming about the balloon. And so I put a stream up about the balloon, and here we are 6 hours later. Over 6 hours later, and we're still talking about the balloon. The balloon is all-encompassing. So yeah, I'm actually going to be hopping off here, guys, here shortly. As it is getting late here for me, but I'm gonna keep the stream up. The stream will stay up for the rest of the evening, probably for the next 24 hours or so, and I'll probably hop back in, or I might like relaunch the stream tomorrow, either in the morning or in the evening, and hop on again to talk to you guys, and we'll go over any updates about the spy balloons and anything else of importance. But for now, the stream will continue on as it has. Our 24/7 Intel streams. I'll leave up the information about the balloon on screen. I might come back in and update a few things before I head off to sleep, but it will be continuing on for the rest of the evening for you guys to continue discussing in the live chats. Rohan Hart, thank you so much. Abram Avery, thank you so much for tuning in. Mevidieta, thank you so much. Miss Tiger Eyes, thank you so much. Cliff Radical says sorry about caps as he says it in caps. It's okay, Cliff Radical. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Dead, thank you so much for tuning in. Shenanigans, thank you so much for tuning in. To all of you guys, Rocket Man, Ray, Crushing Pie, all of you guys, thank you so much for tuning in for Balloon Mania tonight on Nemico Network. It was good fun. I'm glad everybody had a good time. And again, we'll be discussing it more this evening. This will definitely be in next week's live report. If you guys haven't seen, we've been doing every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We go live for a weekly intel report. Covers everything that's going on in the war in Ukraine, as well as the China-Taiwan situation, and many other subjects. Things like what's been going on in Iran. Of course, we'll be covering this spy balloon topic on the next intel report. So again, that's 8 p.m. every Wednesday evening. You can tune in for those live reports, guys. So make sure to stop by for that, and also check out the channel. We have a whole bunch of new videos and stuff I've been uploading lately. I got a lot of cool projects in the works for you guys. A lot of cool videos that are coming down the pipeline. So we can. I'll be showing those off to you guys. I'll be uploading those in the coming week or two here. Brainstorm Warning says, Nemico, check your messages on Discord before you crash. I shall. Thank you so much, Brainstorm Warning. Yeah, anybody that messaged me tonight, I'll be trying to get through all of them, because I got quite a few PMs this evening. So I'll try to get through all of those to you guys and get some responses out to you guys as soon as I can. Yeah, any links you guys need, like the link to the Discord, you can find stuff in the description, or Miss Tiger Eye, she can post stuff for you guys as well. So if you guys need any links or anything like that, feel free to ask. Somebody asked, do you think the U.S. will sanction China? I don't think so. Callenberg asks, can we crowdfund a balloon? Maybe. Might be in the cards. Somebody had mentioned T-shirts for the next. Balloon Mania shirt will fund go to the Sign My Rocket. If we decide to do another Sign My Rocket fundraiser, maybe we'll have to do some balloon T-shirts or something for it. Or maybe I'll just put some. Maybe I'll just create some Balloon Mania, some balloon meme T-shirts for the merch store. If this continues to be a subject that we're covering here on the channel, these Chinese spy balloons. I know a lot of people had requested a tarp shirt at one time. I think we did do a tarp shirt at one point. I don't know if some of you remember the tarp incident of 22. It'll go down in history. All right, again, everybody that stopped by, thank you so much for spending your time here this evening with us, getting caught up on everything balloon. I will be back with you later. The stream will continue on, so don't go anywhere. You guys can continue to talk in the live chat and exchange information. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit subscribe if you haven't already. Share this stream. Share the channel. Helps a lot. You can find all the links you need in the description below. To everybody on Twitch, guys, thank you so much for tuning in tonight as well on Twitch. To everybody that followed, subscribed, to everybody that sent over any super chats or anything like that, thank you guys so much. It means a lot. It helps us out a lot here. Until next time, guys, you're watching Nemico Network. Stay tuned. I'll see you on the flip side.